Mr. Shashi Tharoor will be able to maintain his constituency. That fear complex has been built in, and then he's more worried that his leader has said that it is going to be an X-ray on the nation to discover hidden wealth. And Shashi is a worried man. That's why he keeps talking about accounts, that we can open accounts and what have you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vidakun, for speaking to NDTV and sharing your views on that. Well, Shashi Tharoor is facing a tough contest this time around. Looks like with Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's also been fielded in the fray this time around by the BJP. Well, that is going to be a keenly watched contest, and this is the statement at the moment coming in from the Congress MP. We'll keep an eye on the developments. Meanwhile, in some more news now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the Congress party, accusing it of doing politics of appeasement by promising to withdraw the CAA. The Home Minister said that neither the Congress party will come back to power, nor will the CAA be revoked. Listen in.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है। फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे। कांग्रेस न सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं।
Well, this statement by the Union Home Minister comes after P. Chidambaram had earlier said that the CAA would be revoked if the party comes to power. He had said the Congress manifesto is for all and every section of the society now has been taken into consideration. Listen in.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
Right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
An under-construction bridge collapsed in Telangana last night. The foundation stone of the bridge was laid in 2016, but the bridge was still incomplete. PM Modi hits out at Congress's Goa candidate. PM Modi says his statement is an insult to Ambedkar's legacy. Shashi Tharoor versus JP Nadda in battle for Kerala. Tharoor says BJP can only open its bank accounts in Kerala. JP Nadda says Congress only cares about the bank accounts of the dynasts. In the Patanjali misleading ads case, the Supreme Court has posed some tough questions to the IMA. The top court has said that IMA also needs to put its house in order.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June, so I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको चेक करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टिप है. Just imagine that you have a long PDF document जो कि इंग्लिश में लिखा है and you want it to get translated into Hindi. अब ये एक तरीका है कि that you select the text, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है, तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें, तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language that you want. Quite interesting tech tip, जरूर use करना, काफी time बचाएगी आपका.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
Welcome back after the break. In the firing case outside Salman Khan's residence in Mumbai, search operations have been conducted in Gujarat. We are learning now 2 pistols and 13 bullets have been recovered by the police. The Mumbai crime branch officers had also conducted search operations in Goa. The accused had allegedly disposed of the weapons in the Gujarat river. Remember, on April 14th, firing had taken place outside Salman Khan's residence and the 2 people now have been arrested in the case.
क्राइम ब्रांच की 10 ऑफिसर्स की एक टीम सूरत भेजी गई है. सूरत में तापी नदी पे एक सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है. पिछले तकरीबन 30 घंटों से ये सर्च ऑपरेशन शुरू है. इस सर्च ऑपरेशन में अब तक 2 पिस्टल्स, 4 मैगजीन्स और 17 लाइव राउंड्स हम रिकवर कर चुके हैं. ये वेपन जो है एक्यूज ने यूज़ किया है कमीशन ऑफ ऑफेंस के लिए, तो ये एक जाहिर है कि ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पीस ऑफ एविडेंस रहेगा.
All right, my colleague Radhika also joins us on the broadcast here. Radhika, big development now taking place. Well, the Mumbai police has recovered 2 pistols and 13 bullets. We are learning from the Gujarat river. What is the police now looking at? Is it on the basis of the statements of the accused that the police has been able to find lead in the case?
Certainly, it is based on the statements of the accused that the police has been able to find lead in the case. Of course, the probe has widened ever since the interrogation of both the accused began last week. In fact, both the accused were arrested last week on a Monday. Almost a week ago was when they were arrested, post which, of course, they were sent to police custody. In fact, they are under police custody, interrogations going on, and post their confessions, their admission of the disposal of gun in Surat is when the team decided to pay a visit to that particular river in Surat, where a team of divers and fishermen, with the help of all of these individuals, the Mumbai Police Crime Branch was able to recover the weapons used in the crime that include 2 guns, 4 magazines and multiple live bullets. All of them recovered. There is a possibility there could be a recovery of a couple of phones as well, which also the accused had disposed of. Of course, as far as the entire probe goes, both Lawrence Bishnoi and his brother have been named as accused in the case. Of course, Lawrence Bishnoi behind bars, Almon Bishnoi perhaps somewhere abroad. His locations being traced. Of course, many witnesses have been examined, have been in fact interrogated, or rather their statement recording has happened. So Mumbai police widening its probe. At the moment, weapons recovered, and both the accused will once again be produced before the court on April 25, and there is a possibility their police remand could be extended.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments there. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Stay on with us. We have some more news that we're tracking. Well, the Bombay High Court, we're learning today, has ruled that public sector banks do not have the power in law to issue lookout circulars against defaulters. The High Court's verdict would render all LOCs issued by such banks against defaulters as quashed. Well, the bench has said that the Bureau of Immigration shall not act upon such LOCs issued by banks against defaulters. The court has also said its judgment would not affect the order issued against any defaulter by a criminal court restraining them from travelling abroad. Let's now go back to my colleague Radhika here. Radhika, significant order coming in from the Bombay High Court. Take us through the details.
That's right. The Bombay High Court today ruled that the public sector banks do not have the authority to issue lookout circulars against default borrowers. Of course, this will come as a relief to several borrowers. In fact, multiple petitions had been filed before a division bench of the Bombay High Court, which had challenged the LOCs that were issued by the banks against the default borrowers. This means that the LOCs that were already issued will be quashed. The court also directing the Bureau of Immigration to not take any action against defaulters against whom LOCs were issued by the banks. Of course, this coming after this was after the banks, the public sector banks had issued this particular memorandum. This was in fact issued by the central government that had empowered chairmen of several public sector banks to issue LOCs to those who had in fact not who are indebted to the bank, so to speak. So therefore, this authority was given, which the court today very importantly said was unconstitutional and arbitrary. So to read about what the court in fact said, while the office memorandum issued by the centre was not ultra-wise the constitution, the clause empowering the chairperson of a public sector bank to issue LOC was arbitrary and without power in law. So this is basically essentially had restrained a person from travelling abroad. However, the court very categorically also stating that this doesn't mean that the orders or the LOCs issued against people by criminal courts or tribunals would be covered in this. This is only and only pertaining to LOCs issued by public sector banks as far as default borrowers are concerned. So those LOCs will remain quashed, and this entire move or memo by the central government has been called unconstitutional by the Bombay High Court.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. Well, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, more details as we get on the court order there. Meanwhile, in some more news now, hearing the misleading ads case against Patanjali, the Supreme Court today asked if the size of an apology it put out in newspapers today was similar to its full-page ads of its products. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, appearing for Patanjali founders Ramdev and Balakrishna, said they have filed file a fresh set of apologies before the court. The bench, however, asked why the apologies were filed yesterday and that it should have been done earlier. Well, Patanjali had told the Supreme Court that it had published an apology in 67 newspapers saying their mistakes would not be repeated. The Supreme Court also questioned the IMA over its laxity in standards for advertisements. It asked the IMA what action against IMA members who had endorsed the Patanjali ads was taken. The Supreme Court has said in tough words that IMA also needs to put its house in order. Well, Sunil Prabhu now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, some tough questions were posed to the IMA as well, with the Supreme Court saying that the IMA also now needs to put its house in order.
That's right. It has to put its house in order. In fact, asking them what steps has their members taken, asked the Medical Council of India to help and assist the court in this regard, and very, very categorically, a lot of statements from all sides, just not IMA, also the center, in terms of what steps it has taken, because right now Patanjali is using the new notification issued by the Ayush Ministry for Siddha, as well as other various medicines, Unani and others, to show that they don't come under the ambit. And what happens to the cases that are pending in the Delhi High Court as well as in the Mumbai High Court, and wanting the center to come clean on misleading advertisements, because it's just not only the issue about misleading advertisements. It's about and Patanjali. It's also about other companies. What about Cerelac, for example, where children are being given more sugar than those who are, say, in Europe. And these are questions that need to be answered, as well as, of course, Patanjali itself, which had given its advertisements, saying, the Supreme Court very pointedly saying that your apology is not even as big as the advertisements that you put out. And these are serious questions that need to be answered by all three, be it Patanjali, be it the center, to come clean on misleading advertisements and the steps that they're taking to help the general public, as well as IMA, what steps it is taking to ensure that they don't and must not allow its members to give other FMCG products. It should not be just directed only towards Patanjali only.
Sunil, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that. Meanwhile, in some more news that we're tracking now, the heat wave is forecast for the next 5 days in all the subdivisions of East India. In West Bengal, there's a forecast that heat wave to very severe heat wave is expected for the next 5 days. When severe heat wave occurs in an area, the temperature is 6.5 degrees, usually higher than average. And there is also a prediction about a heat wave in Bihar. We are also learning now an orange alert has been issued for Bihar after 2 days.
आपने पश्चिम बंगाल के बारे में सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ी चेतावनी जारी की है। वहाँ मतदान भी होना है 26 तारीख को। पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या फोरकास्ट है आपका?
देखिए, अगर आप हीट वेव का बात कर रहे हैं तो हीट वेव ऑलमोस्ट ईस्ट इंडिया के सभी सब डिवीज़न्स में आने वाले 5 दिनों में रहने की उम्मीद है। जैसे सबसे पहले हम वेस्ट बंगाल की बात करें तो वेस्ट बंगाल में हमारा अनुमान ये है कि आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव रहने का अनुमान है। मेन सीवियर हीट वेव हम तब कहते हैं जब टेम्परेचर सामान्य से 6.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस से ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं। अगर 4.5 से ज़्यादा रहते हैं तो हीट वेव कहते हैं। तो ये अनुमान है, वहाँ रहेगा। और इसके साथ ही थोड़ा ह्यूमिडिटी भी कोस्टल एरिया में हायर साइड रहता है और मिनिमम टेम्परेचर भी नॉर्मल से थोड़े ज़्यादा हैं। इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हमने वहाँ पे आने वाले 3 दिनों के लिए रेड अलर्ट दे रखा है और उसके बाद ऑरेंज अलर्ट है। और सिमिलरली अगर आप उड़ीसा की बात करें, उड़ीसा के लिए भी हमने स्पेसिफिकली कोस्टल एरियाज, उसके लिए हमने आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव का वार्निंग दे रखा है। झारखंड में भी एक आधे दिन के बाद थोड़ा हीट वेव का आने का प्रोबेबिलिटी है। बिहार में भी हीट वेव रहेगा। उसके बाद 2-3 दिनों के बाद हमने उसका कलर आगे ऑरेंज अलर्ट दिया है, साथ में मिनिमम टेम्परेचर भी बढ़े रहेंगे। और जैसे ये सब हिमालयन वेस्ट बंगाल का एरिया है जो पश्चिम बंगाल के साथ में है, वहाँ भी हीट वेव का रहेगा। और अगर आप उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें, वहाँ पे भी 24 आवर्स के बाद कल से ईस्ट उत्तर प्रदेश में हीट वेव आना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा और वेस्ट उत्तर प्रदेश में 2 दिन के बाद। और अगर आप साउथ पेनिनसुला की बात करें तो कर्नाटका में, स्पेसिफिकली इंटीरियर कर्नाटका में हमारा अनुमान है आने वाले 5 दिनों में वहाँ पे भी आइसोलेटेड हीट वेव रहेगा। उसके साथ ही बाकी राज्यों में जो है तमिलनाडु में भी 2 दिन हीट वेव रहने का अनुमान है। और बाकी राज्यों में अगर बात करें जितना आप जहाँ साइन देख रहे हैं उसके साथ, और इसमें जहाँ पे हमारा है हॉट एंड ह्यूमिड मेन जब हमारा अनुमान रहता है कि टेम्परेचर सामान्य से ज़्यादा रहे 3 से 4 डिग्री और साथ में ह्यूमिडिटी भी हायर साइड रहे तो भी लोग काफ़ी डिस्कम्फर्ट फील करते हैं। वो जितने भी कोस्टल एरिया है, केरला, इवन कोंकण गोवा बीच में, तमिलनाडु के कोस्टल एरियाज, कोस्टल आंध्र प्रदेश, रायलसीमा, वहाँ पे भी आने वाले दिनों में हॉट एंड ह्यूमिड रह सकता है। सॉरी, एक स्टेट मिस हो गया। इवन तेलंगाना में भी 24 आवर्स के बाद वहाँ भी हीट वेव आने का अनुमान है।
जी, राजस्थान में भी मतदान है, क्या प्रोजेक्शन है राजस्थान?
देखिए, राजस्थान अभी नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया की बात करें तो नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में कंटिन्यूज अभी थंडरस्टॉर्म एक्टिविटी हो रहा था, वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे थे, तो पूरा नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में इंक्लूडिंग राजस्थान टेम्परेचर इतने ज़्यादा नहीं है। हालांकि जब 40 रीच करते हैं तो पीपल शुड टेक द प्रिकॉशंस, लेकिन अभी जो भी है टेम्परेचर सामान्य है या सामान्य से कम ही है।
All right. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Jagannath be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I pledge to.
Welcome back. A setback today for Delhi Chief Minister Mr. Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita. They will be in jail now for another 14 days. Both were arrested in the liquor case, and Kejriwal and Kavita's custody has been extended. So both were arrested last month in the alleged liquor policy scam case, and now they will remain in jail till the 7th of May. Both Kejriwal and Kavita were produced before the court through virtual conference. The court's decision comes a day after the court rejected the Aam Aadmi Party convener's plea seeking to allow him a daily 15 minutes of medical consultation with his doctor in the presence of his wife Sunita Kejriwal. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we take a look at some of the key constituencies that are up for elections in the second phase. Stay with us.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu?
Former cricketer and Trinamool candidate from Bardhaman, Durgapur, Kirti Azad files his nomination for the Lok Sabha polls. He will face off BJP's Dilip Ghosh. Ahead of filing his nomination as BJP candidate from Khunti, Union Minister Arjun Munda offered prayers at the Amreshwar Dham temple near Khunti in Jharkhand. Arjun Munda said that he prayed for development for all and happiness in everyone's life. Bhojpuri singer and independent candidate from Karakat Lok Sabha seat, Pawan Singh, held a road show in Rohtas. Trinamool candidate from Asansol, Shatrughan Sinha, filed his nomination for the Lok Sabha polls. Appreciating Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Shatrughan Sinha said that what Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. Exuding confidence, he said that this time too the people of Bengal will break the previous records and make a new record of victory. Union Minister and BJP candidate from Arunachal Pradesh, Kiran Rijiju, campaign in Kharsiong, reacting to Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's allegation regarding funds. Kiran Rijiju said that Mamata Banerjee does not follow any rules and regulations. She believes in corruption and violence, and hence she is misusing all the central funds. All right, staying with election news, Mamata Banerjee's conspiracy to kill charge now against the BJP. The Chief Minister's remark came after a man was held for a recce at Trinamool MP's house, and her nephew, this man arrested, was linked to 2611 accused David Headley. He was arrested for conducting a recce at Abhishek Banerjee's house, and the Bengal Chief Minister hints at a political conspiracy, saying the BJP's bid to kill those who oppose them.
বোমা ফাটাবো আরে বোমা ফাটিয়ে মমতা ব্যানার্জির উপর রাগ হয়তো মেরে দে অভিষেককেও তো খুন করতে গেছিলি ধরে ফেলেছিলাম আমরা কিভাবে করেছিলি তার বাড়ি পর্যন্ত রেকি করেছে ফেস টাইমে ফোন করেছে आपका साथ बात करने चाहती हूं বলে সময় দিলেই গুলি করে দিয়ে পালিয়ে যেত এরা চায় যারা ওদের বিরুদ্ধে কথা বলে তাদের মেরে দাও
All right, now a look at some of the key constituencies that are up for the polls in the second phase of elections in our special hot seat coverage, and we take a look at Noida, at Jammu, as well as Balurghat in West Bengal.
The soaring Noida skyline, dotted with towering high-rises.
With expressways running long and wide and bulky new skyscrapers nearing completion every day, this real estate capital paints a defining picture of a changing Uttar Pradesh. Less than 30 kilometers from the seat of power, the Gautam Budh Nagar constituency is home to over 7 lakh urban voters, whose political reticence makes the electoral battle here unpredictable and suspenseful. This has traditionally been a BJP citadel. This time, it's a three-way contest. Joint SP Congress candidate Mahendra Singh Nagar takes on a fellow doctor and BJP strongman Mahesh Sharma. Even as a beleaguered BSP looks to regain some of its lost prestige in western Uttar Pradesh. A physician by profession and owner of a prominent group of hospitals, BJP's Mahesh Sharma won the high-profile seat with a remarkable margin of nearly 2 lakh votes in 2019 for the second consecutive term. Riding high on his local popularity and rising vote share, which went from nearly 50% in 2014 to over 56% in 2019, the RSS man rose the ranks from a young ABVP leader to find a spot in Modi's first cabinet.
कहाँ है वो गठबंधन? किसका गठबंधन? जो थके हुए लोग हैं, जो अपनी विपक्ष के आइडेंटिटी को छोड़ चुके हैं, जो मौका परस्ती का गठबंधन है, तो इसलिए इनसे कोई भला होने वाला नहीं है।
Once his close friend Mahendra Nagar is now Sharma's main political opponent. After 3 flip-flops, Akhilesh Yadav finally placed his bets on the Samajwadi veteran. With the opposition juggernaut rolling out on a cycle here, the UP ke ladke have made a comeback as the poster boys of India Bloc's campaign in the ski constituency.
ये अलायंस कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी और आपका भी है इफेक्ट है थोड़ा, तीनों का है, बाकी सीपीआई सीपीएम भी है और उसका ग्राउंड लेवल पे इफेक्ट है कि जबरदस्त रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है। कास्ट सेंसस तो सबसे ज़्यादा बीजेपी करती है, मैं उसके उदाहरण भी आपको दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन अगर वो हमारे अखिलेश जी पीडीए की बात करते हैं, वो ये बात करते हैं कि हम इनका जनसंख्या का आकलन कराएंगे कितनी है, इसमें कोई नुकसान है क्या?
These imposing multi-storied buildings, however, house less than 30% of Noida's population, masking an unknown reality of the seemingly urban hub. Home also to over 11 lakh voters who earn their livelihood toiling away on the fields. 38-year-old Tejpal, who has a 2-acre field in his village in Gautam Budh Nagar, Sikandrabad, has been staring at back-to-back losses in the last few years, with extreme heat, unseasonal rain and stray animals ravaging his wheat crop.
वही 6,000 जो आम 2,000 रुपए महीने के वही मिले बस।
तो आपको मतलब जो अनाज का नुकसान होता है उसके लिए सरकार की कोई मदद नहीं?
ना उसकी तरफ से कोई मदद ना करी, पिछली साल जो भी नुकसान हुआ उसकी कोई मदद नहीं करी।
24-year-old Anmol, whose father is an agricultural labourer like Tejpal, travels over 10 kilometers on his bicycle every day for his SSC coaching in the city.
गांव के लिए तो जी बहुत विकास हुआ और सड़क का निर्माण बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा, बस थोड़ा नौकरी की परेशानी चल रही है।
The caste arithmetic in these villages is central to a victory in the seat. The BSP is hoping for a consolidation of the Muslim and Dalit votes. A former Congress veteran and BSP candidate Rajendra Solanki says his direct fight is with the BJP.
मायावती ने हाईवे बनवाया, मायावती जी के टाइम में मेट्रो स्टार्ट हुई, तो मायावती जी ने जो काम किया है उस काम को देखते हुए यहाँ का जो हरिजन समाज है, जो एससी समाज है, वो मायावती के प्रति नमन करता है और गोलबंद है।
None of the candidates, however, has an answer to the plight of the lakhs of home buyers fighting for a home to call their own in this so-called real estate paradise. These Noida residents are still without a home of their own despite having bought apartments several years ago. Deceived by builders, shrugged off by authorities, this group of 30,000 home buyers in Noida has decided to boycott the polls.
हम हजारों या लाखों लोग जो यहाँ पे हैं, किसी ने 2010 में खरीदा, किसी ने 2015, किसी ने 2018, लेकिन कहानी सबकी एक ही है, पैसे पूरे दिए हैं, रजिस्ट्री हुई नहीं है, मालिकाना हक मिला नहीं है।
एक्चुअली देखिए पूरे सिस्टम के विरोध ही ये लड़ाई है। एक तरह से आप बोल सकते हैं कि जो नोएडा एक्सटेंशन है, एक नोएडा एक्सटेंशन है।
In the last 1 year, nearly 6,000 apartments were launched in Noida that boasts of thousands of multi-storied buildings. But as Noida reaches new heights, security, maintenance and accountability fall to greater lows. Noida encapsulates the idea of a modern Indian planned city. It symbolizes aspiration. But there is a dark side to this real estate paradise as well. Corruption, fraud, deceit and home buyers having to bear the brunt of the alleged nexus between the government's authorities and builders. This time, they demand justice and a government that takes accountability. In Noida with camera persons Sushil Rathi and Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
Jammu is bracing for the second phase of parliament elections and political parties are making every possible effort to woo voters. BJP's Jugal Kishore Sharma is seeking third term. His main rival is Congress Party's Raman Balla.
BJP fighting to retain its Jammu bastion. Ahead of polling on Friday, the party is pulling out all the stops to woo voters and ensure a hat-trick from the city of temples. Delimitation in Jammu and Kashmir has substantially changed the complexion of Jammu parliamentary seat. Muslim regions of Poonch and Rajouri were removed and added to Anantnag seat of South Kashmir. BJP candidate Jugal Kishore Sharma appears confident of overcoming anti-incumbency.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ स्वयं आए, उसने कैंपेनिंग की, उधमपुर में रैली की और उसने एक अहम बड़ी बात कही कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो स्टेटहुड है वो रिस्टोर किया जाएगा, इलेक्शन भी होंगे। क्या वो अब मुद्दा है कि स्टेट भी रिस्टोर होगा, इलेक्शन भी होंगे 370 के बाद?
नहीं, ये मुद्दा नहीं है। मुद्दा है देश के लिए जो पिछले 10 वर्षों में देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने कार्य किए हैं, जो देश का विकास किया और जम्मू कश्मीर की बेहतरी के लिए जो कदम उठाए हैं। आप जहां भी निकलेंगे आप देखेंगे जम्मू कश्मीर बदला हुआ नजर आता है। और जहां रोड्स हैं, जिस रोड्स पर आप चल रहे हैं, दूर दराज का क्षेत्र है, मड विधानसभा है, जहां के हमारे चौधरी सुखनंदन पूर्व विधायक और मंत्री हैं। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि इनको कहे रोड पर नजर डालें अपना कैमरा, तो इस क्षेत्र से भी जाएंगे रोड नहीं मिलेगा। लोगों को जल जीवन मिशन के माध्यम से हर घर नल और नल में जल मिल रहा है, रहने के लिए पक्का मकान मिल रहा है। आप कहीं चलें, देखें, नजर दौड़ाएं, इस क्षेत्र में कहीं आपको कच्चा मकान जो है वो नहीं मिलेगा। बीमारी का इलाज करने के लिए 5 लाख तक का इंश्योरेंस, वो जो मोदी कार्ड मिल रहा है, और किसानों को किसान निधि का 6,000 भी मिल रहा है। IIT, IIM, एम्स, ये सारी चीजें जम्मू में मिली हैं, फ्लाईओवर मिले हैं, नेशनल हाईवे मिले हैं। तो लोग खुश हैं जम्मू कश्मीर के, और जो हमने सेवाएं दी है नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के सहयोग से, उससे भी लोग खुश हैं।
The Congress says the election is a referendum on whether people have accepted the changes in Jammu and Kashmir after scrapping of Article 370 and stripping Jammu and Kashmir of its statehood. Raman Balla, working president of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir and the party's candidate for Jammu seat, says in every public meeting that job and land protection laws in Jammu and Kashmir have been scrapped and the region is now up for grabs for outsiders. He also blames the BJP for the opening of a large number of liquor shops in Jammu.
अब जम्मू कश्मीर में रोजगार कहीं नहीं, 2014 के बाद रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम आए, रोजगार कहीं नहीं। 3500 स्कूल इन लोगों ने बंद कर दिए, 35 किलो राशन की जो स्केल थी वो भी बंद कर दी, राशन डिपो में चीनी गायब कर दी, कैरोसिन ऑयल गायब कर दिया, ओल्ड एज पेंशन जो है बुजुर्गों की वो पेंशन बंद हो गई, विधवाओं की पेंशन नहीं मिल रही। अब कैजुअल लेबर को ये रेगुलराइज नहीं कर पे, लोग जाएंगे कहाँ पे? हर एम्प्लॉयज़म जो है वो सड़कों पे परेशान यहाँ पे है, तानाशाही की हुकूमत यहाँ पे है, और शराब मंदिरों का शहर को तो शराब की दुकानों में तब्दील कर दिया। तो भाजपा जो कल तक बड़े खोखले नारे देती थी, जम्मू 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 मंदिरों का शहर, आज शराबों के शहर में कोई पैरामीटर नहीं है, सुनवाई कहीं नहीं।
On the ground, issues related to Kisan and Jawans seem to be dominating public opinion. Bhupinder Singh, an ex-serviceman, says he voted for the BJP in last elections, but with the Agniveer scheme, he is worried about the future of his son.
अग्निवीर जो 4 साल करेगा ना, वो नौजवान बेरोजगार होएगा, उसको 4 साल बाद में कहाँ लेबर का काम करेगा, कहाँ जाएगा, ये चीज सरकार ने सोचना है।
जो कहता है कि खाद काफी महंगी है, क्या है?
बिल्कुल बहुत ज्यादा रेट बढ़े हैं, इन्होंने बेड भी काम कर दिए। मान लो फैक्ट्री वाला रेट बढ़ाता है, तो कभी रेट नहीं बढ़ाएगा, 5 किलो तोड़ेगा, बेड कम कर देगा, वो भी हमें लॉस होता है।
Jammu seat spread over Jammu, Riasi, Samba and parts of Rajouri districts has nearly 18 lakh voters. While 22 candidates are in the fray, the main contest is between the BJP and the Congress.
Jammu has been a traditional stronghold of BJP, and it is Prime Minister's popularity and nationalism card. The party is hoping to win this seat for the third time. But given the change post-abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress say that they will breach the BJP fortress and makes this election as a referendum. In Jammu, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
The Balurghat Lok Sabha constituency in West Bengal has become one of the most hotly contested seats, with state BJP President Shukanta Majumdar contesting on behalf of the BJP. And to campaign for him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Balurghat as part of this Vijay Sankalp Sabha. Taking on Shukanta Majumdar is the Trinamool State Minister Biplab Moitro, but this seat is going to be a hotly contested seat, as it is going to see two very strong political personalities take on each other.
For Shukanta Majumdar, this is a prestige battle. His political pitch is the Modi government's efforts to modernize and improve railway services to Balurghat. And the crowds at the Modi rally are an indicator that there is traction for his argument, a claim the Trinamool Congress challenges. But Shukanta Majumdar says just the amount of railway development will help him win, and the Prime Minister's campaign for him has ensured that. Not only lakhs turned up at the rally, but even the helipad was packed.
Today Narendra Modi ji addressed two rallies, one here and another helipad also. Yes. They are surrounding the helipad. I think almost 10 to 15,000 people are present there. कल हमने दिल्ली का यहाँ से एक ट्रेन मिला हमको. जनता बहुत खुश है. दिल्ली का ट्रेन कभी इस जिले से चलेगा हम सोच भी नहीं सकते. शियालदा बालूरघाट का तो उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया. बालूरघाट हिली के लिए हमने 500 करोड़ रुपया यहाँ से लाए.
अगले 5 वर्षों में भाजपा सरकार बंगाल और बालूरघाट के विकास के लिए हर प्रयास करेगी. ये मोदी की गारंटी है.
Despite Shukanta Majumdar's confidence, the Trinamool candidate believes he has a chance to pull it off, which is why he's campaigning well after sunset, late into the night, in areas that he believes will deliver for him.
For the Trinamool candidate, who's also a state minister, the challenge the party has entrusted him with is not easy.
It is a very contesting seat. I cannot say that it's a easy seat, but it will be owned by us, as actually the seat was ours. This time we have already prepared ourselves so that the seat may be recovered and it will be gifted to our beloved leader Srimati Mamata Banerjee.
বলে যাচ্ছি আপনাদের আবার, যদি আমি একটুও পলিটিক্স বুঝে থাকি আর বিজেপি চোখমুখের আতঙ্ক বুঝে থাকি এবং ওদের ভাষার যে কদাকার রুচি যদি বুঝে থাকি, তাহলে বলবো ইসবার बीजेपी नहीं होगा 205.
The Trinamool candidate also questions Shukanta Majumdar's performance as MP, but admits the Prime Minister's campaign will help him.
He always pretends that he is doing very much for the people.
He claims railways
of the people, and he claims also. But whenever he is asked that what you have done within your tenure of 5 years, but he is avoiding that. Prime Minister तो एक बड़ा नाम है हमारा देश का, तो ये ठीक ही है. ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर जब आएंगे उसको थोड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस तो होगा ही.
Both candidates in Balurghat are sons of the soil. Both claim to have delivered for their constituents, and both accuse each other of not doing enough for Balurghat. But in a hard-fought election like this one, the Balurghat seat is perhaps an indicator of how each and every seat is throwing up a battle.
With camera person GD Shankar in Balurghat, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे साउंड दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं क्लिक कर रही थी एंड साउंड से दिमाग में आया सिरी बिकॉज ऑल द आईफोन यूजर्स एटलीस्ट द वंस जो नया नया आईफोन लेते हैं या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफ़ी टाइम से आईफोन को यूज़ कर रहे हैं एट टाइम्स दे टेंड टू यूज़ सिरी अ लॉट। वो बार बार बोलते हैं हे सिरी दिस, हे सिरी दैट और बात करते रहते हैं अपने आईफोन के साथ में आने वाले डिजिटल असिस्टेंट के साथ। But the question is, did you know which iPhone was it जिसके साथ में Siri was launched for the first time? You know what? Siri is quite old. She is actually 13 years old, and the simple reason is it was in 2011 that Siri came along with the iPhone 4S for the first time ever. Now that time Siri was not that powerful, थोड़ा slow भी था, at the same time the functionality was quite limited, but today it's very smart, at the same time kind of enables us to do a lot more stuff with our iPhone just by using our voice. Did you know this? If yes, amazing. If no, then please let me know just by writing at tg@ndtv.com और मैं देखता हूँ कि आपके पास में क्या और कोई इंटरेस्टिंग ट्रिविया है मेरे पास भेजने को।
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the..."
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Very good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines we're tracking at 6 p.m. On the campaign trail with Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, Scindia's scathing attack on the opposition parties, says Congress must question itself, not the agency. Scindia also says Congress is against the idea of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hits out at Congress Goa candidate, says Congress Goa candidate said Constitution force on Goans. Prime Minister says this is an insult to Ambedkar's legacy. Prime Minister once again attacks the Congress party, says listening to Hanuman Chalisa crime under Congress rule. BJP has upped the ante over minority appeasement. Amit Shah attacks Congress over CAA repeal promise. Congress hits back, says manifesto is for everybody. Supreme Court once again pulls up Ramdev and Balkrishna along with the central government and IMA in Patanjali case. Top Court says Was apology same size as your misleading ads? Top court also, in fact, puts IMA in the dock over its doctors alleging and endorsing expensive and unnecessary medicines in allopathy. Supreme Court says union government must answer where the fault line is. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita judicial custody extended for 14 days in Delhi's liquor policy scam case. Liquor scam, both will now stay in prison till May 7th. In fighting outside Salman Khan's residence, cops recover guns and the cartridges, weapon recovered after such operations in the river in Gujarat. Once again, a controversy, and Congress manufactured controversy for itself. In the poll season, the nationalist controversy now. Congress Goa candidate has stirred a huge row after he said that the constitution was forced upon Goans. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has picked it up. He's very quick to pick this up and attack the Congress party in the election season. The Prime Minister says that this is a conspiracy to break India. And meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party has also gone to the Election Commission to file a complaint against the Goa Congress candidate. Now, the Congress's South Goa candidate has, in fact, made a remark in one of his interactions with the public in which he said that Indian constitution was forced upon Goans, and the Prime Minister has picked up on this and has said that this is an insult to legacy of Dr. Ambedkar. Let's listen in to what the Congress candidate said earlier, and then, of course, the attack of the Prime Minister.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले जाका आमकां तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता. वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के शाहजादे को बताई है. ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा. ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की. आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग.
So is it going to be now, in fact, one issue that is going to define the next phase of election? We are being joined by Syed Asad Abbas, political analyst who supports the Congress party, Dr. Geeta Bhatt, political analyst supporting the BJP, also with us. Thank both of you and welcome to the show. Mr. Abbas, many would call this the Congress, in fact, going and, creating this controversy, giving it on a platter to the Prime Minister when you are already talking about Samvidhan Bachao, save the Constitution in this election. Your candidate, the Congress's candidate in Goa says it was forced upon us. Now, both of these things don't go hand in hand.
Ankit, firstly, I've always believed with great power there's great responsibility and equal accountability. The fact is, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji mentioned that Shehzade ke aadmi ne ye sab kaha hai. The fact is, the Shehzada, as per we speak, Rahul Gandhi has clearly stated to the same Mr. Fernandes, if it is unconstitutional, it will not be done. Even Mr. Fernandes, the Congress candidate, has spoken the same. When he went and gave the proposal to Rahul Gandhi, he said absolutely no, because it's unconstitutional. The fact is, I truly see this is a personal stand of this candidate and not of the stand of the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi.
Sir,
As
but
a
do
matter
you
of
think
fact,
that
I
matters?
also see a show cause notice coming
but
in to this
Abbas,
candidate.
do you think that matters? In the election season, when every word spoken is being laid threadbare, is being used, by each political party, none less than the Prime Minister has picked this up. Do you think it matters whether it was his personal comment or not?
I've always believed, Ankit Saab, that the respective candidates of the particular party, be it Congress party or the Bharatiya Janata Party, needs to be very careful. They need to be measured. They need to be balanced. Also, they need to put it out clear that this is their personal stand. This is not the stand of the party, and they must be certainly held responsible. I do certainly see Congress party, the All India Congress committee led by Khargeji will certainly take action against this particular candidate, and a show cause notice must and should be sent, because these statements are uncalled for. This is unjustified. And also, let me put it clear, Rahul Gandhi has called it unconstitutional, and this shall not see the light of the day. Mr. Fernandez needs to be careful.
Okay, Geeta, but this has been given to the Prime Minister on a platter, especially at a time when the Congress was on an upswing, hitting out at the BJP, saying that 400 will in turn mean that the constitution will be changed. But as Syed Asad Abbas is saying, this is a personal comment made by the candidate. The Congress might even take action against this candidate. Why is the Prime Minister equating him as far as the Congress party is concerned?
Well, Ankit ji, you see, I think the hypocrisy of the Congress party and, the way they have been imposing that the constitution is in danger, Samvidhan khatre mein hai, that has been exposed by the comment that has been made by the candidate from Goa. And time will tell. Let us see that whether the Congress party is going to withdraw the candidature of this candidate because of such a erroneous and a comment that he has made, which actually is exposing that how serious the Congress party is in terms of looking after or valuing the constitution of the country. Let us remember that how in 2011 they had all planned to introduce the communal violence bill, and it was being prepared in the kitchen cabinet.
Okay, may I then ask you a counter question? You are correctly saying that there should be action that the Congress party should take against this leader. Nobody in this country, whether you are a candidate in the Lok Sabha election or otherwise, should be allowed to undermine the constitution. Then what about not one, not two, not three, but 4 BJP candidates, including current MPs and also senior leaders, those who had gone in their political campaign saying 400 vote de dijiye, including Mr. Arun Govil, who is contesting the constituency of Meerut. 400 सीट आएंगी तो संविधान में जो बदलाव हम करना चाहते हैं उसे करने में आसानी होगी. There are leaders from your own political party, those who have gone on record to say all these things, which have just been clarified by the senior leaders saying this is their personal opinion.
Ankit ji, see, there have been amendments that have been made in the constitution. It is more than 100 times, there have been amendments which have been made in the constitution. So when you are talking of an amendment that is happening, which is with the collective agreement of all the members of parliament, is a totally different perspective. While at that time saying that the constitution has been imposed on the people of Goa, which actually is showing that the candidate is actually trying to reject the whole, that the republic nature of this country. That how in 1950 we adopted the constitution, where the Prime Minister is saying that the first book for me is the constitution of this country. वो मेरे लिए भगवत गीता जो है वो भारत का संविधान है. And there is this candidate who is trying to say that, in a way saying that the people of Goa actually, they want to reject this constitution. So these are two very different statements.
Go ahead, Mr. Abbas. Respond to what Geeta Bhatt is saying. There is a distinction between what she's trying to make, between what your candidate has said. I mean, when he says that it was forced upon the people of Goa, you are in a way treading to a very, very dangerous line of separatism, sir.
Ankit Saab, I completely disagree with Geeta Bhatt ji for the mere fact that Anant Kumar Hegde from my state of Karnataka, who was a former member of parliament, in fact, he stated many affronts during a sabha that if there is a difference in the constitution of India, that will be towards Hindu Rashtra, for Hindu Raja. Therefore, vote for Bharatiya Janata Party, categorically stated by the former member of parliament, Mr. Anant Kumar Hegde. It is not merely amendment. It's very nice that Geeta Bhatt ji speaks of amendment. I stand with you, ma'am. Amendment in the constitution must be made for better policies and so on and so forth. But what do you have to say to your Bharatiya Janata Party leaders time and again, speaking of changing the constitution, towards making it a Hindu Rashtra, Hindu Rajra, and taking out the word secular from the preamble of the constitution. Is it fair or not? Is it the personal stand or your party stand?
Well, the constitution makers, the Constituent Assembly, to inform you, Mr. Abbas, was never in favor of putting the word secular. And it was, just to inform you, that in 1950, when the constitution was made, the word secular was not present in it.
But ma'am,
And
like you said, but ma'am, like you said, if BJP,
rejected.
if there is any amendment which is made, it is the collective will of the House at that point of time. So that was possibly the collective will of the House when this amendment was made. The same justification, if BJP wants to make any amendments, including Article 370, that has been, of course, made by the by the BJP, the current government. But just very quickly, Syed Asad Abbas, you mentioned Mr. Anant Hegde, and you said that he spoke certain words that cost him his candidature. He was a popular MP for the Bharatiya Janata Party. It cost him his candidature. Will there be any action against the Goa candidate who has spoken in this fashion?
Ankit Saab, certainly I stand with you and Geeta Bhattji. I think if there is responsibility, there is power, there needs to be accountability. I'm definitely sure that the AICC will take action against him. As a matter of fact, he has made this statement which is uncalled for.
Okay.
When he had a meeting with Rahul Gandhi ji, he said if it is in the aegis of the constitution, it could be discussed. But if it is unconstitutional, the Congress party will not abide by it. So therefore, there is a clear stand of Rahul Gandhi, of Mallikarjun Kharge and the Congress party. This undoubtedly has been a statement made or a personal stand of Mr. Virashu Fernandes.
I'm completely out of time at this moment. Syed Abbas, Geeta Bhatt, thank you so much for joining me. But the fact remains, ladies and gentlemen, of course, in politics, if you give a half volley, it would be hit out of the park. And if the batsman is Narendra Modi, more so. But the fact is that nobody can make irresponsible statements regarding the constitution of this country, whether it is the member of parliament or a contesting candidate from the Congress party or those within the BJP who has been speaking about changing the constitution. These kind of remarks should completely be, in fact, halted, should completely be stopped. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and to both my guests for tuning in onto that discussion. Moving on now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hit out at the Congress party in Rajasthan, where he was addressing a rally. He, in fact, once again invoked certain religious sentiments, saying that listening Hanuman Chalisa is a crime under the Congress rule. Prime Minister on Tuesday launched a scathing attack on the Congress party in Rajasthan, and also, in fact, mentioned one incident that had taken place in Telangana. Addressing a public rally in Tonk, Savai Madhopur, Prime Minister said, in the rule of the Congress party, even listening to Hanuman Chalisa becomes a crime. Rajasthan has been a sufferer for the first time on Ram Navami. This time, Shobha Yatra processions were taken out in Rajasthan. In fact, in a state like Rajasthan, where people chant Ram Ram, Congress banned Ram Navami. Many from the Congress party have gone ahead and fact-checked the Prime Minister, saying that processions have been taken out under the Congress rule as well.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कुछ दिन पहले ही रामनवमी बीती है। कांग्रेस के जाने के बाद पहली बार शांति से शोभा यात्रा निकली है। कांग्रेस ने तो राम राम सा कहने वाले राजस्थान में राम नवमी पर प्रतिबंध लगा दिया था। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था, सबसे पहला काम था चुनाव जीतने के बाद आंध्र प्रदेश में SC ST के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास, ये एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट था जिसे कांग्रेस पूरे देश में आजमाना चाहती थी.
All right, moving on now, in fact, let's move on to the Home Minister Amit Shah, who is also on the campaign trail and has head out at the Congress party over its manifesto, accusing the party of doing politics of appeasement by promising to withdraw Citizenship Amendment Act. The Home Minister said neither the Congress party will come back to power nor will the CAA be revoked.
कांग्रेस को बहुत तकलीफ पड़ रही है डेवलपमेंट के एजेंडे पर, विकास के एजेंडे पर चुनाव लड़ने में लगातार वो पराजित हो रही है. फिर से एक बार अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं. चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे. क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है. हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे, परंतु तुष्टीकरण भी किसी का नहीं करेंगे. कांग्रेस ना सत्ता पर आनी है, न इनको ये फैसले करने हैं.
Speaking in Shimla during a rally, P. Chidambaram, the Congress leader, had said that CAA would be revoked. Now, the Congress party's manifesto is for all, and every section of the society has been taken into consideration. Mr. Chidambaram, in fact, also spoke about PM's appeasement charge and said, point out where there is any appeasement. Chidambaram also said, will bring justice to all sections of the society.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor, irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
Let's now, in fact, talk about the Battle of Thiruvananthapuram, one of the most, in fact, interesting battles, political battle in the upcoming election. The BJP looks to open its account in Kerala, where the Congress party in Shashi Tharoor has been the Member of Parliament for the last 2 terms. Now, there is a war of words between Shashi Tharoor and the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, Shashi Tharoor said that the BJP only opens bank accounts and will not be able to open their account in Kerala. Meanwhile, JP Nadda, the BJP president, has said, look at Mr. Tharoor's arrogance.
Remember that the question that was asked to me is, will the BJP open its account in Kerala? So I said the BJP will only open its own bank account in Kerala. It's not about bank accounts for the poor. Bank accounts for the poor were opened by Dr. Manmohan Singh's government, UPA, and all the BJP did was change the name to Jan Dhan.
All right, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right, for every citizen. It's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious. The time is about Ask TG. This is the section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं. You know, I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक affordable printer की with a low running cost, it doesn't go together, to be honest. या तो जो आपका प्रिंटर है वो upfront थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्राइस आपको पे करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद with time the running cost would be really low. Otherwise, the kind of cheap printers that you get right up.
Now let's bring you some campaign info color on the campaign trail with Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Scindia has attacked the Congress party's manifesto and tax controversy. Scindia has said that he has also defended the ED and the CBI action against the opposition and has said that the agencies are independent under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Congress must question itself, not the agencies.
की मेरी समझ जनता जनार्दन नहीं, मेरा तो परिवार बैठा हुआ है, मेरा परिवार बैठा हुआ है. कांग्रेस की बोरी बिस्तर बांधकर सिंध नदी में 7 तारीख को हमें बहाना होगा मेरे भाइयों बहनों.
Well, hello and welcome to a very special program. We're in Guna, where you can see Jyotiraditya Scindia has been campaigning now very hard for the last several weeks. We've been following him. Coming up on this very special program, a special interview with Jyotiraditya Scindia over here. We're traveling across Guna, a huge crowd in many areas. We cut through a lot of the important issues of the BJP on this election trail. Hi, good morning.
Oh, Vishnu,
how are you?
बधाई आपको, बधाई.
He's one of the most prominent faces of the BJP. He's somebody who's known in this area, the parliamentary constituency of Guna, for decades. This is very much a family stronghold. His grandmother is one from Guna 6 times, his father 4 times. Jyotiraditya Scindia is no stranger to parliamentary politics and representing this area in the Lok Sabha. We are here with Jyotiraditya Scindia in Guna. Thanks very much for being with us. It's been a tough, 3 weeks you were telling me? Day in and day out, across an area which you know like the back of your hand, I should imagine.
Yeah, it's I'm contesting for my 5th term from this constituency. And it's a constituency that हिंदी में कहते हैं चप्पा चप्पा मैं जानता हूँ. एक एक गांव की सड़क, एक एक गांव की बिजली की व्यवस्था, एक एक गांव की तालाब की व्यवस्था स्वयं मैंने कराई है. तो it's home for me. And but having said that, an election is an election, and therefore you must never take it lightly. Yes, so it's been a month and a half or so of very hectic campaigning, but that is the way it is.
One of the planks that the opposition is running on is the allegation that agencies are being misused, and the opposition is being targeted to the point where they are, in some cases, the Congress says, almost financially non-viable. Do you believe that this is something that could resonate on the ground?
Well, first of all, it's a fallacy to say that the Congress over the tenure of its government has garnered enough unaccountable resources, which you and I are very well aware of. Having said that, even if you look at the bank accounts that were frozen of the Congress party, that accounts to a pittance in terms of just purely the data that has come out in terms of the amount of money they've received through electoral bonds,
right,
which is almost above 1,500 crores. So which tree are the Congress barking up? I fail to understand. Secondly, as far as agencies are concerned, unlike in the days of the Congress, the dark days of emergency or otherwise, agencies are today free to conduct their operations. And at the end of the day, Vishnu, you and I think the people of the country are very well aware that it's not the BJP that has sent these leaders to jail. It is the courts of India. Yeah. And if you are putting a finger and questioning the authenticity or the sacrosanctity of the courts of India, then I think it's a travesty for India, because you are questioning the armed forces, you are now questioning the Supreme Court of India, but you are never sitting back and questioning yourself.
Right. One of the key issues for the BJP in your election manifesto, and it's something the BJP has spoken about, is a uniform civil code. The Congress, however, is opposed to this. They say that they will accept diversity, minorities will have a choice of personal laws.
The Congress is opposed.
Why is a universal civil code essential for you?
The Congress is opposed to the idea of India.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't think there's much to expect from the Congress, because I think the Congress is opposed to not only the idea of India, but let me go one step forward and say the Congress is opposed to the idea of the Congress itself. And the very fact that it's internally hemorrhaging tells you the picture of what actually is happening within that organization. So to expect an organization like that to think productively and proactively for the country is beyond comprehension.
Slipping into a very short break at this moment. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
All use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish.
It's BJP versus the Congress in Jammu. In fact, BJP's Jugal Kishore versus Congress's party's Raman Bhalla. Now in Jammu, the BJP's Jugal Kishore Sharma eyes a third term after the delimitation of the Jammu seat. The Muslim-dominated Poonch Rajouri have been removed from the Jammu seat. Now, Congress calls the poll a referendum on Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir.
Jammu is bracing for the second phase of parliament elections, and political parties are making every possible effort to woo voters. BJP's Jugal Kishore Sharma is seeking third term. His main rival is Congress party's Raman Bhalla.
BJP fighting to retain its Jammu bastion. Ahead of polling on Friday, the party is pulling out all the stops to woo voters and ensure a hat-trick from the city of temples. Delimitation in Jammu and Kashmir has substantially changed the complexion of Jammu parliamentary seat. Muslim regions of Poonch and Rajouri were removed and added to Anantnag seat of South Kashmir. BJP candidate Jugal Kishore Sharma appears confident of overcoming anti-incumbency.
प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ स्वयं आए, उसने कैंपेनिंग की, उधमपुर में रैली की और उसने एक अहम बड़ी बात कही कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर का जो स्टेटहुड है वो रिस्टोर किया जाएगा, इलेक्शन भी होंगे। क्या वो अब मुद्दा है कि स्टेट भी रिस्टोर होगा, इलेक्शन भी होंगे 370 के बाद?
नहीं, ये मुद्दा नहीं है। मुद्दा है देश के लिए जो पिछले 10 वर्षों में देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने कार्य किए हैं, जो देश का विकास किया और जम्मू कश्मीर की बेहतरी के लिए जो कदम उठाए हैं। आप जहाँ भी निकलेंगे आप देखेंगे जम्मू कश्मीर बदला हुआ नजर आता है। और जहाँ रोड्स हैं, जिस रोड्स पर आप चल रहे हैं, दूर दराज का क्षेत्र है, मड विधानसभा है, जहाँ के हमारे चौधरी सुखनंदन पूर्व विधायक और मंत्री हैं। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि इनको कहे रोड पर नजर डालें अपना कैमरा, तो इस क्षेत्र से भी जाएंगे रोड नहीं मिलेगा। लोगों को जल जीवन मिशन के माध्यम से हर घर नल और नल में जल मिल रहा है, रहने के लिए पक्का मकान मिल रहा है। आप कहीं चलें, देखें, नजर दौड़ाएं, इस क्षेत्र में कहीं आपको कच्चा मकान जो है वो नहीं मिलेगा। बीमारी का इलाज करने के लिए 5 लाख तक का इंश्योरेंस, वो जो मोदी कार्ड मिल रहा है, और किसानों को किसान निधि का 6,000 भी मिल रहा है। IIT, IIM, एम्स, ये सारी चीजें जम्मू में मिली हैं, फ्लाईओवर मिले हैं, नेशनल हाईवे मिले हैं। तो लोग खुश हैं जम्मू कश्मीर के, और जो हमने सेवाएं दी हैं नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के सहयोग से, उससे भी लोग खुश हैं।
The Congress says the election is a referendum on whether people have accepted the changes in Jammu and Kashmir after scrapping of Article 370 and stripping Jammu and Kashmir of its statehood. Raman Bhalla, working president of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir and the party's candidate for Jammu seat, says in every public meeting that job and land protection laws in Jammu and Kashmir have been scrapped and the region is now up for grabs for outsiders. He also blames the BJP for the opening of a large number of liquor shops in Jammu.
अब जम्मू कश्मीर में रोजगार कहीं नहीं। 2014 के बाद रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम आए, रोजगार कहीं नहीं। 3500 स्कूल इन लोगों ने बंद कर दिए। 35 किलो राशन की जो स्केल थी वो भी बंद कर दी। राशन डिपो में चीनी गायब कर दी, कैरोसिन ऑयल गायब कर दिया। ओल्ड एज पेंशन जो है बुजुर्गों की, वो पेंशन बंद हो गई। विधवाओं की पेंशन नहीं मिल रही। अब कैजुअल लेबर को ये रेगुलराइज नहीं कर पे, लोग जाएंगे कहाँ पे? हर एम्प्लॉयजम जो है वो सड़कों पे परेशान यहाँ पे है, तानाशाही की हुकूमत यहाँ पे है। और शराब, मंदिरों का शहर को तो शराब की दुकानों में तब्दील कर दिया। तो भाजपा जो कल तक बड़े खोखले नारे देती थी, जम्मू 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 मंदिरों का शहर, आज शराबों के शहर में कोई पैरामीटर नहीं है, सुनवाई कहीं नहीं।
On the ground, issues related to Kisan and Jawans seem to be dominating public opinion. Bhupinder Singh, an ex-serviceman, says he voted for the BJP in last elections, but with the Agniveer scheme, he is worried about the future of his son.
अग्निवीर जो 4 साल करेगा ना, वो नौजवान बेरोजगार होएगा। उसको 4 साल बाद में कहाँ लेबर का काम करेगा, कहाँ जाएगा? ये चीज सरकार ने सोचना है।
जो कहता है कि खाद काफी महंगी है, क्या है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत ज्यादा रेट बढ़े हैं। इन्होंने बेड भी काम कर दिए। मान लो फैक्ट्री वाला रेट बढ़ाता है, तो कभी रेट नहीं बढ़ाएगा, 5 किलो तोड़ेगा, बेड कम कर देगा, वो भी हमें लॉस होता है।
Jammu seat spread over Jammu, Riasi, Samba and parts of Rajouri districts has nearly 18 lakh voters. While 22 candidates are in the fray, the main contest is between the BJP and the Congress.
Jammu has been a traditional stronghold of BJP and it is Prime Minister's popularity and nationalism card. The party is hoping to win this seat for the 3rd time. But given the change post-abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress say that they will breach the BJP fortress and makes this election as a referendum. In Jammu, Nazir Masoodi for NDTV.
Meanwhile, in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, has cried conspiracy and has levelled the charge on the BJP. She has said that there is a conspiracy to kill Abhishek Banerjee, her nephew. In fact, the Chief Minister remarked after a man was held for recce at TMC MP's residence. He was a suspect linked to 2611 accused David Coleman Headley, the man arrested for recce at Abhishek Banerjee's residence. Mamata Banerjee hints at political conspiracy. She has said the BJP is trying to kill those who oppose them. Just to get a reaction from the opposition, the BJP, on this, let me bring in K.R. Ghosh, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ms. Ghosh, the Chief Minister says that, all right, before, in fact, I get your reaction, let's just play out this reaction from Mamata Banerjee.
বোমা ফাটাবো, আরে বোমা ফাটিয়ে মমতা ব্যানার্জির উপর রাগ হয়তো মেরে দেয়। অভিষেককেও তো খুন করতে গেছিলি, ধরে ফেলেছিলাম আমরা। কিভাবে করেছিলি, তার বাড়ি পর্যন্ত রেকি করেছে, ফেস টাইমে ফোন করেছে, आपका साथ बात करने चाहती हूँ বলে সময় দিলেই গুলি করে দিয়ে পালিয়ে যেত। এরা চায় যারা ওদের বিরুদ্ধে কথা বলে তাদের মেরে দাও।
All right, Ms. Ghosh, you must have heard this statement by Mamata Banerjee. What is the BJP's reaction to these allegations that he has leveled, that it's a conspiracy to, in fact, eliminate, the people, those who are opposing the BJP?
See, firstly, my humble question to Mamata Banerjee would be, who is the Home Minister of West Bengal? It is Mamata Banerjee herself. It is a gross failure if such case has actually occurred. So it's a gross failure on her part because she fails to provide security to her own party, number two, her own nephew. Then what about the remaining people of the state? What about us? There have been so many people since 2018, more than 200 Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party have been killed by TMC goons. And Mamata Banerjee, even after the horrific post-poll violence we witnessed after 2021 assembly polls, she said it was just nothing, one or two stray incidents might have occurred. So entire fault is hers if she fails to provide security to Abhishek Banerjee and to the Trinamool General Secretary. So every time the same script, every time the same words. I think this people of Bengal, they have become tired and they know they want to fight it out on ground. BJP wants to fight it on ground. Democratically, we will defeat Mamata Banerjee and the corrupt TMC together. We don't have to take all these unfair means that we don't believe in such violence. It is TMC who resorts to violence still today also. If you send your representatives across Bengal, you will see that somewhere or the other, either TMC, they are stopping our candidates, they are hurling go back slogans, they are threatening our workers. So this is TMC's job. Violence is essentially TMC's job, not BJP.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ghosh, for your reaction to what the Chief Minister of West Bengal has said. Moving on now to an important story. In fact, the Bombay High Court, in a significant order today, said on the defaulters, those who do not repay their loans, that public banks cannot issue lookout circulars. The High Court said there is no power in law for the public banks to issue LOCs. The High Court order would render such bank LOCs redundant. The High Court also said it won't impact orders by the tribunals or the courts. Lookout circulars stop person from leaving the country. Now, this is a significant order that the High Court has in fact given, and has said that they do not have the power in law to issue lookout notices against any defaulter. The High Court's verdict would, now the bench has said that the Bureau of Immigration shall not act upon such LOCs issued by the banks. The court also said its judgment would not affect the orders issued against any defaulter by a tribunal or a criminal court restraining them from travelling abroad. To understand the significance legally as far as this order is concerned, let me bring in Mr. Ashutosh Srivastava, Advocate, Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava, for joining us. Just to understand, in simple terms, how will this order impact as far as the legal process is concerned, and what was the process before? Could, let's say, any XYZ bank against any person, what was the process? They could, simply issue an LOC and that will be, in fact, honored by the Immigration Bureau. What was the process and how it changes now?
See, the chairpersons of the public sector banks were given certain powers, by the office memorandum, by which they had the powers that if anybody has defaulted in the loan repayment to the bank, so the bank could have written it to the Bureau of Immigration for the issuance of LOC, that is lookout circular against that person. And that person could not fly thereafter once this LOC was issued by the concerned immigration department. So that was the thing. But now when the matter came up before the Bombay High Court, it, analyzed everything and said that though the office memorandum is not ultra vires the constitution, but at the same time, the powers given to the chairpersons of these public sector banks are arbitrary in nature, and it is a kind of power which is not allowed in the law. So this is how they pass the judgment. So now hereafter, if the bank has to, stop someone from traveling, away from India who has defaulted in the repayment of loan, then they will have to approach the competent court, and then the competent court will look whether there is a requirement of the issuance of LOC. And if it is so, then the court will pass an order and it will make the directions to the Bureau of Immigration for the issuance of LOC. So now the court process will have to be followed by the banks. They cannot have the powers directly to issue LOC through the immigration department. I think, however, it is open to the public sector banks also. Maybe they may challenge this before the Supreme Court. That all depends on them. So this is what is the basic idea behind this order. So it is basically, it also speaks about, Article 21 of the Constitution, which gives certain liberties to the citizens of this country.
Okay.
So the court today was of the view that these rights cannot be snatched away from the citizens if they have made any default in their loan repayments.
Right.
Actually, this issue came up with the for the government sometime back in 2018, and also before, when many of the people who were defaulting heavy loan payments to the public sector banks, and they were going abroad. So this rule came up. However, this has been now struck down by the High Court today, by the division bench.
Sir, for joining us and putting out the legal position as it stands on the day today after this order. Moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, rain lashes several parts of Delhi NCR. This is, the rain also brings a lot of respite for people of Delhi, those who have been facing heat. These are visuals of just a short while back, in fact, when it was raining. In fact, it was raining quite heavily in some parts of the city. So if you are on your way back from your office in the national capital, there might be some parts which will be traffic jammed because of these rains as well. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Cope.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections
As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its north?
Bahujan Agadi, who has decided to go alone in the Lok Sabha polls in Maharashtra this time. A three-time MP, he is also contesting from Akola that votes on Friday. Thank you, Mr. Ambedkar, for speaking to NDTV. And, you know, the political situation in Maharashtra is being largely seen as untested this time. You know, both NCP and Shiv Sena have split. There's Mahayuti on one side, Mahavikas Agadi on the other. And then there's the VBA that's being led by you. What is your assessment of the ground?
The question is basically against BJP there is a dissolution. One. Second is Ayaram Gayaram politics is not liked in Maharashtra. And you must have seen in the first phase the percentage of voting has come down by 15%. And that benefits the opposition. The hype and the euphoria which was there for Modi does not exist now. So you can say it's a brass tack issue, and therefore it's going to be a very close fight between the three partners.
So it's a brass tacks issue is what you say. So after elections in Maharashtra, given that the state will also see assembly polls later this year, do you see a third front emerging in the state? Last time your party had a vote share of almost 7%.
Yeah, this time I think so we'll be performing much better than what we performed last time because we had 5 years. And secondly, is there's a dissolution within the Muslims as far as the Congress is concerned. And secondly, is there's no Congress leadership who can galvanize the voters. So it is basically the candidate who is galvanizing the Congress voters. So that's a drawback for the Congress party. Right. And secondly, even some of the seats that has been given by Congress, NCP and by Uddhav Thakur, there seems to be a compromise between BJP and them. That's what in some of the constituencies, the talks are going on that line. So people are now preferring Vanchit as the alternative.
Mr. Ambedkar, taking off from what you just said, how do you see the disagreements within the MVA allies, or for that matter, even Mahayuti parties? You know, with the former, we have seen problems in seats such as Sangli or Ramtek, and with Mahayuti, we are still awaiting seats in Mumbai and some other constituencies.
So this is happening. This is one place where the alliance partner with BJP have now realized that BJP is not in a dictating position. So they are asking for the pound of flesh from the BJP. And BJP is not ready to concede that pound of flesh. Therefore, there is a tussle which is going on. If you come back as far as the Maharashtra MBA is concerned, we were very sure that the Congress and Shiv Sena would be at loggerhead with each other, and Sharad Pawar would facilitate the Shiv Sena to override Congress. And that's what we see in Sangli, that's what we saw in Bhivandi and other places, that Congress was just pushed under the carpet. And we were saying to Congress party that this is going to happen to you.
Right.
So we didn't allow that to happen to us, and therefore we moved out.
So, Mr. Ambedkar, why exactly did you then move out, as it seemed at one point, especially after 2019, that both of the Thackeray and the Congress in Maharashtra seemed really keen on taking you along?
The question is basically they were only offering us 2 seats.
Yeah.
And now what is coming out is basically a match fixing between them and the BJP.
And sir, what are your views on the Congress manifesto? Because that's become the talk of the town, at least when it comes to the national discourse. It's a manifesto that, according to the Congress party, talks about equal representation. Rahul Gandhi for a while has been insisting on the promise of jiski jitni abadi uska utna hak. What are your views on that?
I think so. You should go through the 39-point program that Vanchit submitted to Mahavikas Aghadi. 99% is a copycat. What you say now is the other part, as far as Jitni Abadi Utni Bhagidari, that's a copycat from BSP.
Yeah.
So Congress doesn't have an ideology at its own. They have given up their ideology and they are borrowing ideology which is making them vulnerable in the masses.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ambedkar, for joining us on NDTV. Prakash Ambedkar, the founder of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi and also the candidate of Akola seat that votes on Friday. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome to this Southern View election special. Well, the battle for 14 seats in Karnataka and the 20 seats in Kerala campaigning comes to a close tomorrow evening. So this makes it this last evening of campaigning. All big faces in Bengaluru and in Karnataka. We're coming to you live from the Tumkuru Lok Sabha constituency outside of Bengaluru. Behind me is a political stage where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is addressing a campaign. Remember, the Southern View election journey all the way across Tamil Nadu, Kerala, came all the way Mysuru, Mandya, Bengaluru rural, Bengaluru Central yesterday and today at the Tumkuru Lok Sabha constituency. It's a fascinating contest here in Tumkuru constituency, one that keen watchers of Karnataka are watching out very closely. On the Congress's side, SP Muddhanume Gowda, the man who won the seat in 2014 as a JDS candidate, vacated it in 2019 for Deva Gowda to contest. He has been fielded by the Congress this side. On the other side, V. Somanna, the BJP strongman from Bengaluru, a former minister, someone who shifted from the JDS to the Congress to the BJP. He's a Lingayat leader with a strong grassroots presence. So it's a fascinating contest here for the BJP-JDS alliance to consolidate the Lingayat Vokkaliga vote, and the Congress trying to break whatever Vokkaliga vote it can by fielding a strong former JDS Vokkaliga leader Muddhanume Gowda here in this constituency. A personal rivalry, several of them playing out in this part, and this could be one of the indicator seats on the 4th of June. Well, of course, the other seat, and of course the high-profile one that's in focus this evening is Bengaluru South. You've got Priyanka Gandhi Vadra campaigning there, as well as Amit Shah holding a roadshow there in Bengaluru South this evening. That's another fascinating contest between the incumbent MP Tejasvi Surya, the young dynamic BJP MP, fiery speaking Tejasvi Surya, and Soumya Reddy, daughter of the Bengaluru strongman Ramalinga Reddy. A lot of personal equations there as well. Soumya lost the assembly election by just 14 votes, and she is out to take vengeance, and Bengaluru South has always been a BJP stronghold. So a fascinating contest there. My colleague Pratibha Raman and Vasudha Venugopal join us to just get an overview of what's happening in Karnataka, just to have the discussion going. Pratibha, all action in Bengaluru South. When are the roadshows and the events are set to begin now there?
Well, yes, the roadshow is set to begin any time now. In fact, you can see the kind of preparation that is already on in this stretch. That is, it starts from Vivekananda Circle and goes up to the Francis School. This is in the Bommanahalli area, which is famous for the textile showrooms here. Also very close to Electronic City, and that is the IT hub, literally, of Bengaluru. Interestingly, Amit Shah's roadshow also coincides with Congress's Priyanka Gandhi, who is also here. Same time, same day, and the same constituencies where they are campaigning for the two high-profile candidates. One is Amit Shah campaigning for Tejasvi Surya, like you already mentioned, and there's Priyanka Gandhi campaigning for Soumya Reddy. Interestingly, Soumya Reddy is also the daughter of sitting minister Ramalinga Reddy, who also holds a lot of clout here in this constituency. A high-profile battle that is expected. Remember, Amit Shah, when he was here for his campaign, the last time he did campaign from a Congress stronghold like Bengaluru Rural, and this time he's here at a BJP bastion, and that is Bengaluru South. Veera.
Right, thanks very much there, Pratibha, for all that update from Bengaluru South. We'll wait for all the action to unfold there and play those for you live. Vasudha Venugopal as well with us this evening. Vasudha, largely this campaign has become one of the Congress's state leadership, the Siddaramaiah Shivakumar equation vis-a-vis the BJP central leadership. Given the kind of buoyancy that the state government had at the assembly elections, how is the BJP seeing this? Because these 14 seats that are going to polls on Friday are an essential test of the BJP-JDS alliance.
Absolutely, Veera. Let me just give you some national perspective on this. I was speaking to BJP leadership, and there are 4 reasons that they attribute to their assumptions and their belief and conviction that the party's tally is going to go up. One, of course, is the tie-up with TDP. Remember that, TDP and BJP have allied with the Jan Sena in Andhra Pradesh. BJP is fighting on 6 seats. The other thing that they talk about is, of course, going alone in Odisha, and of course not carrying the anti-incumbency that BJD is allegedly, supposed to have according to BJP leaders. The third is, of course, CAA in West Bengal. But the most important thing that they talk about is the JDS-BJP alliance that has come through and that is working in, according to them, in Karnataka. Karnataka, and that is something that they think is going to be of a lot of value to them. And while we have been pointing out, we've been asking questions because there are these speculations that JDS itself is a weakened force. We've seen it sort of like, drop its, not just in terms of voter support, but also in terms of the seats that it has been winning in the last few years. And we all know what happened between the BJP and the JDS in that 2006 episode. Ever since then, these two parties have been at loggerheads with each other. But now, of course, they've come together, and Mr. Devegowda is all in praise for Narendra Modi. BJP leadership firmly believes that at least in 16 Lok Sabha constituencies, JDS will be able to get that vote transfer done, and that is something that will be critical for the party. They believe that this is going to work out, and I'm told that even the selection of someone like Mr. C.N. Manjunath came from the top leaders themselves because they wanted this to work out, and they believe is in some ways the word that one of the leaders used was game over, like for Congress, and that's what the party definitely believes. But of course it's a clash of narratives and beliefs, and we'll have to wait for June 4th to understand if this works or not.
That's right, Vasudha. It's not just a clash of narrative. Remember, it's also the clash of castes and electoral blocks. It's fascinating. What you mean by the BJP-JDS alliance on the ground, Vasudha, is really the Lingayats, who are considered the largest electoral bloc of Karnataka, and the OBC Vokkaliga caste coming together. And on the other side, the Congress hoping that DK Shivkumar will be able to hold on to the Vokkaliga vote, and Siddaramaiah could ensure an Ahinda vote consolidation. It's a fascinating test for both sides in the old Mysuru region, in especially about 8 of the 14 seats of the old Mysuru region, seats like Mandya, seats like Bengaluru Rural, seats like Chamarajnagar, seats like Mysuru, where these grassroots equations are essentially crucial. The test of the JDS-BJP alliance. I traveled through these regions yesterday, and here's a report trying to decipher how it's playing out at the grassroots with the big faces from the three parties. Mandya is a Lok Sabha constituency that's iconic for the power of the OBC Vokkaliga vote, which is concentrated in about 8 of the 14 Lok Sabha seats in the old Mysuru region, 12 of which will vote in phase 2. In 2024, it's a decisive test here for JDS's state president and former chief minister H.D. Kumaraswamy, who's from the Vokkaliga caste and is campaigning hard after forging an alliance with the BJP. His party, which was once known for its hold over the caste vote, lost all 7 assembly segments here to the Congress in the 2023 assembly polls. And it's that dismal performance that has pushed him to ally with the BJP, which he had in the past declared as a bitter enemy. The JDS-BJP workers have been fighting at the grassroots. How do you expect the vote transfer?
Here in Mandya, both BJP and JDS workers with mutual understanding, not only workers, leaders also, they have with mutual understanding, they are doing their work with hard work. So in Mandya, people are very much, they are doing their work with very much response. They wanted to win this seat with huge margin.
In 2019, Kumaraswamy's son Nikhil contested as the Congress-JDS alliance candidate, but was defeated by the rebel Congress candidate who was backed by the BJP, Sumalata. It's a reminder of the slippery grassroots equations in Karnataka politics, where vote shares on paper don't necessarily add up to reality. Mandya is absolutely an essential prestige battle for the JDS and for H.D. Kumaraswamy. 2019 was a hit at the party's core respect when it lost the seat here, and this time it's about regaining that. The man who's credited with breaking the JDS's Vokkaliga hold is the state Congress president and deputy chief minister D.K. Shivkumar, who's also from the same caste. His brother, D.K. Suresh, is the incumbent Congress MP from the neighbouring Bengaluru rural seat, and the BJP has fielded Kumaraswamy's brother-in-law, Manjunath, against him. Clearly, this is an election that's a bitter personal battle between Shivakumar and the JDS over the Vokkaliga vote. JDS, BJP together is a very strong force in old Mysuru region.
I am telling you, where Mr. Devegowda family has contested all these 3 seats, all will win by the Congress party. It is sure. That is why the fear of the defeat. Devegowda has asked his son-in-law to contest on a BJP symbol. So BJP they have given a seat to a BJP. That means JDS will be no more in the future.
The Congress's candidate against Kumaraswamy is a wealthy local businessman, Venkat Ramane Gowda, popularly called Star Chandru, who has the financial muscle to take the fight to Kumaraswamy. While the BJP is known to have a strong Lingayat sect base, which is considered Karnataka's largest electoral bloc, the alliance with the JDS is a coming together of the Lingayats and Vokkaligas, the 2 dominant electoral blocs. To ensure vote transfer is the key challenge. JDS BJP alliance. In 2019, the Congress had an alliance. It looked great on paper, but it didn't gel in the grassroots. It didn't work in the grassroots. What's different this time? Are you worried that this may not, vote transfer may not happen at the grassroots?
See, why did JDS come to NDA? Because former Prime Minister Devegowda ji on umpteen number of occasions, he had publicly said, the way Narendra Modi ji is taking this country forward, we should support Narendra Modi ji for one more term as Prime Minister. So this has forced JDS party to come into the folds of NDA. So in Karnataka, there is a clear coordination here on ground between BJP and JDS. Workers are working together, both Bharatiya Janata Party and JDS, and even people, they are feeling that BJP and JDS is a natural alliance.
On the Congress's side, the party hopes Siddaramaiah, who's not from the 2 dominant electoral blocs, can bring about a counter-consolidation of votes known as the Ahinda vote, or one that brings together all other sections. And Shivakumar's task is to retain the Vokkaliga vote. For the Congress party, it's a formidable challenge to take on a BJP-JDS alliance in this old Mysuru region, the caste arithmetic and the grassroots equations that it brings along. If it can pull off a victory in several of the seats in this region, it would be a huge shot in the arm for a party which is already on a high after that tremendous victory in the assembly elections. But if it loses here, then it would upset many delicate equations at the state level. In Mandya, with video journalist D.M. Kumar, Veera Raghav for NDTV. Fascinating contest there, as always. Karnataka elections and another seat that's hotly contested, even before tickets were announced, was the seat of Kolar. Who's going to strike gold in Kolar? That's a big question, with the JDS fielding Mallesh and the Congress fielding Gautam. Both strong candidates who emerged after a lot of confabulation between the allies and within the parties. This is the story of Kolar, as reported by my colleague Pratibha Raman.
A parliamentary constituency bordering Bengaluru and Andhra Pradesh is famous for silk manufacturing, milk production and gold mining, and is a seat that is now reserved for the scheduled castes. The battle for Kolar began much before the selection of the candidates. K.V. Gautam representing the Congress and Mallesh Babu contesting on a JDS ticket.
Initially, they were handed down on senior Congress leader son-in-law and SC left, which did not go well with the other factions of the party, finally forcing the High Command to narrow down on K.V. Gautam, considered to be a neutral candidate.
Sitting Minister and 7-time MP K.H. Muniappa had to relent when former Speaker Ramesh Kumar, with the support of local MLAs, threatened to resign if their candidate didn't get the ticket. On the other side, the BJP and the JDS had a long tussle over which of the allies will contest, and the JDS finally wrestled it out for Mallesh Babu, who lost the assembly polls. Kolar comprises an intricate caste structure. Among the SCs, there's the SC left and the SC right. KV Gautam of the Congress is SC left. Right from the medieval times, the left-handed castes are believed to be the most oppressed, and the right-handed castes are known to be more represented in society. The Congress has won 15 of 17 elections here, and 5 of 8 assembly segments are in the party's kitty. Gautam believes these will work to his advantage, but the biggest worry is faction trouble.
There was a little confusion here and there, but finally when the High Command refused seats to both of the candidates and gave my name, introduced my name into this fight, both the parties accepted. Congress has fulfilled whatever promises they have given in the name of guarantees. Now the central government, Modi has started that Modi ki guarantee. But he is not telling what is a guarantee. He is telling Modi ki guarantee.
The BJP had wrestled out Kolar in 2019, breaking the Congress bastion, and with the JDS alliance, it is a formidable player here. After unseating 7-time MP, the BJP was hesitant to relinquish this seat to the JDS, forcing the JDS president H.D. Kumarasamy to air his grievances in public. The senior leaders of both the parties are now hoping that the initial tussle in the seat-sharing talks wouldn't reflect on ground among party workers. Congress and JDS workers infighting had led to the defeat of Muniappa in 2019, and Mallesh wants to avoid such a situation. With around 19% vocaligas, the JDS has a strong base in this constituency. On paper, the vote share of the BJP JDS is over 50%. Though Mallesh Babu of the JDS lost twice from the assembly polls in Bangarpet, he is relying on vote shares and the Modi effect for a win.
The main opposition was Congress for both the parties. So now when we both have mingled, so even the party workers are very happy. And Modi factor is also an important thing. And when ex-Prime Minister Deve Gowda Appaji also has supported Modi, saying that for the development of the country, for the safeguarding of the country, Modi is required.
With 7 lakh women voters in this constituency, the guarantees of the Congress and PM Modi play a crucial role.
बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट 10 साल में कुछ नहीं किया. अभी तो कांग्रेस के ऊपर थोड़ा भरोसा है, क्योंकि अभी स्टेट में कांग्रेस आया तो जो 5 गारंटी दिया, 5 गारंटी पूरा किया. जी आज औरत लोग पूरा खुश है. कभी औरत के अकाउंट में पैसा नहीं था, अभी औरत के अकाउंट में पैसा आया. अभी
We are looking only for Narendra Modi. That's it. Always. इधर में ज़्यादा गारंटी लोगों को कांग्रेस में ही चल रहा. बस हमें दूसरा नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर देखिए तो नरेंद्र मोदी की करना, उसका ही जाना.
The wait is on in Kolar, where the JDS is trying to regain its lost stature and the Congress is trying to regain its lost glory. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Kolar for NDTV.
Kolar, another fascinating contest, something we'll watch out for on the 4th of June. But for the moment, all eyes, Pratibha, on Tejasvi Surya versus Soumya Reddy, with all the high-profile campaign happening in Bengaluru South. You've met both candidates, you've tracked that campaign. Give us a sense of what's happening there. Of course, you've also filed a report on that.
On the drum beats are already playing, waiting for Amit Shah's arrival here. This is in Bengaluru South, considered to be a BJP bastion, of course. Right since 1991, this place was held by the BJP. In fact, also was very fondly known for Mr. Anand Kumar, who was representing this constituency time and again. And soon after Anand Kumar, the last Lok Sabha election, where Tejasvi Surya, one of the young interestingly, on the same day, at the very same time, in the very same constituency, we will also be having Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress will be campaigning for the one who would be opposing Tejasvi Surya here, and that is Soumya Reddy. Soumya Reddy, interestingly, is the daughter of one of the high-profile ministers in the Congress cabinet here, Ramalinga Reddy's daughter. And Priyanka Gandhi would be campaigning for Soumya Reddy versus Amit Shah would be campaigning for Tejasvi Surya here. Anytime now, the road show that is already set, the stage is set for the road show, and Amit Shah would be traveling from the Vivekananda circle right here, and he would be heading up to the Francis School, is what we hear, and this will happen at the very same time when Priyanka Gandhi would be rallying at one of the college grounds here, very close by. Back to you, Veera. When it comes to a BJP bastion among Bengaluru's Lok Sabha constituency, it is Bengaluru South, which has been dominated by the lotus symbol since 1991. Will Karnataka Congress minister's daughter Soumya Reddy emerge as the lone woman candidate to wrest this constituency from the BJP? Soumya Reddy is the daughter of Karnataka's senior minister Ramalinga Reddy, whose party, the Congress, enjoys clout in 3 of 8 assembly segments in the Lok Sabha constituency. But in the national election, it's an uphill battle for the Congress. The party last won the seat over 3 decades ago in 1989. This constituency was formed in 1977. Since then, the BJP has won 8 times and the Congress won just once. Senior BJP leader Anant Kumar won 6 consecutive terms in this constituency. The BJP's Tejasvi Surya took over in 2019.
I just want to say one thing. I am a true blue Kannadiga. I am a true blue Bangalorean. Women, especially young people, even senior citizens, they coming and blessing me, telling me that we have seen you as an MLA. We really want you speaking in the parliament on her behalf.
Soumya Reddy started her career as an activist and entered politics as the MLA of the Jayanagar seat in 2018. This is her first contest in the national election. I'm at the famous Jayanagar complex. One must remember that the Jayanagar constituency did see Soumya Reddy as the MLA in 2018. However, in 2023, destiny did not favor her even after she demanded recounting of votes. The matter may be sub judice, but then this time Soumya Reddy is hoping that there would be a turnaround in the wheel of fortune as far as the Lok Sabha constituency is concerned. To win, Soumya will have to upstage current BJP MP Tejasvi Surya, a lawyer by profession, who emerged not just as one of the youngest candidates, but also among its most controversial. The list of controversies include the recent alleged hate speech at Bengaluru's Nagaratpet that prompted the cops to register an FIR.
Madam, I have always tried to speak with conviction. Sometimes a few sentences, a few words that I have spoken may have created a stir, but I've always done it believing that it is the right thing to do at that time.
Tejasvi Surya believes that PM Modi's guarantees will help him win a second term, while Soumya Reddy believes her connect with women will be the X factor.
Congress has done a lot of good things, with the state point of view also. It has given freebies. Even her father is also a minister. These experience will add to people.
मोदी जी जीतने का
आपकी क्या राय है तेजस्वी सूर्या के ऊपर?
अच्छा ओपिनियन है, अच्छा आदमी है वो।
क्यों ऐसा लगता है?
नहीं, वो काम भी अच्छा कर रहे हैं ना, उसलिए वो अच्छा आदमी है।
The Bengaluru South seat is considered a powerhouse when it comes to Karnataka's political landscape. While one is riding on the Modi magic, the other is resting on her father's pride. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratimaraman in Bengaluru South for NDTV.
Well, that's the Bengaluru South constituency, and tomorrow evening campaigning would have come to a close. The Southern View election journey on phase 2 has finished 5,000 kilometers, 14 constituencies, 28 key leaders and candidates. DM Kumar, our video journalist who's traveled all the way, and Swami Shetty, the man who's driven us all over south of India. 3 states, fascinating continent. Teamwork, says Kumar. What a fascinating journey it's been. We'll keep coming to you with more stories, more shows, more constituencies as this election pans out. That's all we have time for on the Southern View this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-presented by Intelligence Meets Art with all new.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground. With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having maxed here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pavan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Just as we spoke about the new nothing earphones, मुझे साउंड दिमाग में कहीं ना कहीं क्लिक कर रही थी, एंड साउंड से दिमाग में आया सिरी, बिकॉज ऑल द आईफोन यूजर्स, एटलीस्ट द वंस जो नया नया आईफोन लेते हैं, या फिर हो सकता है वो लोग जो काफी टाइम से आईफोन को यूज कर रहे हैं, एट टाइम्स दे टेंड टू यूज सिरी अ लॉट। वो बार बार बोलते हैं हे सिरी दिस, हे सिरी दैट, और बात करते रहते हैं अपने आईफोन के साथ में आने वाले डिजिटल असिस्टेंट के साथ। But the question is, did you know which iPhone was it जिसके साथ में Siri was launched for the first time? You know what? Siri is quite old. She is actually 13 years old, and the simple reason is it was in 2011 that Siri
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The Karnataka election battle is hotting up. Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be in Bengaluru South today, leading a grand road show. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi was in Chitradurga earlier in the day, where she responded to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent attacks on the Congress party. Now, the BJP is gateway to the south of India, and among the three states that the Congress party presently rules, Karnataka politics has seen so many flip-flops in the last many years, but this time it looks like it's a battle between the BJP that has the Modi advantage, countering the Congress that is banking on its guarantees. In the last 5 years, we have seen a lot. We have seen the hijab ban in Karnataka and the play out of the politics that followed, Congress forming the government and also announcing guarantees, a lot of back and forth on the caste census, a blast in Rameshwaram Cafe, a murder of a young woman in Dharwad, and many other developments that may or may not influence the overall outcome of Karnataka. So the question we ask tonight is, will the BJP be able to replicate its performance of 2019? And how will the Congress party that just had one seat in 2019 counter the BJP? To discuss this, we have with us Matthew Anthony of the Congress, Lakshmi Ashwin Gowda, who's a state secretary and also the spokesperson of BJP Karnataka. And we also have Shugata Srinivasaraju, senior journalist and author, joining us. Starting with you, Matthew Anthony, if you talk about the BJP's performance in Karnataka, it has witnessed steady successes in Lok Sabha polls in the state. It has bettered its performance in 2014 and, the record of 43% by 8.4 percentage points in the 2019 general election. It in fact crossed the halfway mark when it came to vote share. It won 25 seats. Why do you think the state will vote differently this time?
Vasudha, it is very simple for the state to vote for the Congress party in the Lok Sabha elections, because few months back you have seen how they have voted for the Congress party after the entire drama of the BJP government unfolded in Karnataka. And now look at the way in which the Prime Minister, the sitting Prime Minister, in a very pathetic state of affairs, has ridiculed a minority community and calling them as infiltrators, and also raises the question that, has the BJP given employment only to their kind of people? Has the BJP given the price rise restricted only to the minorities, or have they delivered? And you have seen all the corrupt people also joining back to the BJP in Karnataka. Now, let us see why the people should vote for the BJP when the Congress government, who promised the 5 promises, have delivered the promises to the people of Karnataka. We are definitely going to make an impact. We will be winning hands down a majority in the Karnataka elections.
Let me ask this to Dr. Gowda. Last year, the Congress, in fact, bettered its 2018 Assembly poll performance by 4 percentage points. It garnered an impressive 43% vote share. There was, of course, no change in your vote share. But what kind of corrections has your party made in terms of outreach to people, besides, of course, changing 8 of your candidates?
Thank you for having me here, Usita. Definitely, BJP party is really banking on the brand Modi's popularity and our developmental politics, our ideological, Hindutva politics we have won the hearts of the Indians in that regard, it seems. And from the past 10 years, we have revolutionized in the field of economy, in the field of societal changes, in the field of political, in the field of upliftment of the vulnerable and the vulnerable sections of the society, like Dalits and SC/ST groups and marginalized sections. And holistically, we have worked our welfareistic politics, our ideological, we have completed the long pending ideological projects like Ayodhya, and we have globalized the Indian cultural nationalism, and we have improved economical resilience from the past 10 years, and our welfareistic programs like Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, and our schemes to empower women who are young people, and also the farmers of this country has definitely yielded the results, and it has definitely achieved the inclusive growth, the much expected inclusive growth. We have lifted more than 24 crore people above the poverty line. Our welfareistic schemes have yielded the results, desired results. And now the temper and the atmosphere, the entire atmosphere in the electorate and also the length and breadth of the country is so favorable, is so much congenial for the BJP party to come to power with a chest-thumping majority with a magical number 400. And we are going to
When you
form
talk
the
about
government
welfare,
again.
the Congress government has offered free transport, public transport for women in Karnataka. As a woman, I think that's a great thing for women of the state to have, isn't it? Wouldn't that be something that might impact your vote share, or for that matter, the kind of feeling that women might have for your party?
Definitely not, madam. The mere implementation of the guarantee schemes they promised before the poll and the implementation for about 6 to 7 months, that itself is not enough to win the elections. That itself will not usher in the development in the state of Karnataka. In fact, as a government, their fiasco in handling the administration, their administrative paralysis and their policy paralysis, their lawlessness, their law and order has been so much dilapidated. Women's safety has jeoparded women's safety, and most women weren't safe, at least in this Congress regime. They failed in handling the water issue, land issue, language issue. Whenever the regional issues have erupted, they failed to...
Of course, that's an important thing. You know, there's a water issue, there's either a drought issue or a water issue. Shugata sir, let me get in Shugata sir here. Sir, do you see the Congress equipped to take on the BJP plus JDS combined this time? What are the challenges for the Congress in Karnataka? I was just looking at the Congress and the BJP campaign. The Congress leaders are wearing the Kannadiga, sort of that patta, and and now that the Hindutva rhetoric in the country is also increasing in the run-up to the polls, how do you see this play out, sir?
Vasudha, one small element. Last time also the Congress was in power in alliance with the JDS when they went to the Lok Sabha polls. It's not that last time they were not in power. This time also they are in power. And last time when they were in power, they just were able to get one seat. And this time, I would certainly say that they are in a better position, because the general understanding is that there is a certain saturation limit that the BJP has reached by winning 25 seats last time. And so the Congress may sort of win a few more seats this time the performance may be better this time. But the one thing, the huge difference that I see, Vasudha, in the campaigning of both the Congress and the BJP is that the Congress has been raising economic issues while BJP has been raising emotional issues. So closer to the polls, you see more emotional issues coming up, which the Congress is ill-equipped to counter. For example, there has been this case in Hubli, the Neha murder case. That has a kind of multiple resonance across the state. One is there is a caste element that comes in. There is a religion element that comes in. There is a law and order element that comes in. And I think Congress has panicked a bit with that particular case. But otherwise, the guarantees, as you were mentioning, does hold the Congress in a better position. In a sense, I wouldn't say that the guarantees have been evenly distributed or it has reached evenly to all the beneficiaries, but the thing is that there has been a sincere effort on the part of the Congress government to reach it to people, so that sincerity is being recognized. That's point number one. But there is also a counter argument to that, which is that it is being done at the expense of everything else. For example, the agricultural budget has been cut, the irrigational budget has been cut, the education budget has been cut. There is no money to even sort of asphalt the roads. That counter argument is also being presented by the BJP and the JDS. So this exists, this counter argument exists, and we don't know when Modi is on the ticket whether everything else will drown and emotional issues will catch up, or only economic issues will thrive.
Let me ask this question to Matthew Anthony. Shugata sir pointed out very nicely that emotive issues may actually have more resonance, because it's difficult for common people to understand what devolution of funds is or what exactly fiscal injustice is. And also there are issues like Rameshwaram Cafe Blast and Neha Hiremath murder. Matthew, do you see these issues? Do you see the way your party has approached these matters, impacting your vote share? Because at the end of the day, emotive elections are emotive in India.
Not really from that perspective which you have said, Vasudha. The unfortunate event of Neha's death is really unfortunate. It happened to me for any citizen to have faced through that. Now, let me ask the BJP representative here, very factually, without any shouting, can they answer, where is that 15 lakhs which has been promised 10 years back? Wasn't that a promise? And where is that 15 lakhs? Where is the price rise saving which the Modi government has promised 10 years back? Where is the fuel price control which has been promised by Modi government 10 years back? Where are the 31,516 women were raped in 2022, 86 rapes per day across the country. What is the solution Modi has given to this particular situation in this country? So we are raising factual questions. There's no much of shouting can be happening, but where is the solution given by Modi? And then look at the Manipur issue also, which concerns the minorities, which concerns everyone. Where is the courage of the Prime Minister to have gone to Manipur when he has all the courage to negotiate truce between Ukraine and Russia and all other places? But where is the Prime Minister in this country when our own people were fighting and killing?
Let me ask this question to Dr. Gowda.
So
Dr.
I'm
Gowda,
giving this question.
would you like to respond to this? He's asking an important question as to this aspect of fiscal injustice. How will the centre respond to that? Because Karnataka has been repeatedly asking about devolution of funds. Of course, the Finance Ministry and the centre have responded to that, but would that find resonance with common men and women?
First and foremost, I'd like to tell you one thing, that the devolution of funds from the center to the state has been increased by 240% as compared to the previous year. The decade from 2004 to 2014, from 2014 to 2024, it is 240% more than what has been received in that particular duration. And in order to emphasize on fact that, as he has rightly mentioned, fuel prices doesn't merely depend on a political party. It is not determined by a person. It's not determined by a prime minister. And for his knowledge, fuel price depends on various multitude of factors like domestic issues, international issues, global uncertainties. For his knowledge, there has been global uncertainties. There is pandemic. There has been pandemic.
Okay, Shugata sir, your last word from you. This narrative that there is denial of Karnataka's central pool of funds, will that find resonance with common people? Matthew, you want to rebut? Let me just get Shugata sir on this and then I'll come to you.
One thing.
Shugata sir.
Hurdled by all these global uncertainties.
Okay, I'm running short of time. Please, Shugata sir, just respond to this.
There are economic issues, Vasudha.
Yes, sir.
There are economic issues, but the question is, who is equipped to solve those economic issues is the larger question. The Congress spokesperson was saying that, let me just place facts without shouting. I wish there was more shouting. There was more emotion that the Congress showed in its campaigning. It has been banking on a set of data, which I don't think will sort of get across to the people. So I think it would have been better had they shouted a little more. So I think this calm placing of facts may not get communicated to the people. So in the absence of which, they may pick up on issues related to identity politics, caste, religion, etc. And also when it comes to economic issues, the Congress has been advertising in the extreme. In the sense, they advertised an empty pot and said, this is what the Prime Minister or the BJP has given Karnataka. So when people see that advertisement, then they start making this they start reckoning other things. They start counting what is it that they have received in the last 10 years or 5 years of Modi's regime.
So multiple factors at play. I'm sorry, I'm completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. 14 seats in southern Karnataka's Old Mysuru and coastal regions are going to polls in the second phase of the Lok Sabha polls on April 26th. To get a better understanding of the political dynamics in Karnataka, I spoke to our data expert, Amitabh Tiwari, in the poll science segment for you. This is NDTV's new segment on data that brings you numbers that'll help you make better sense of the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Welcome to Poll Science. This is where we help you with numbers and data that's important to understand Lok Sabha elections of 2024. There was one state that dominated phase 1 of elections. It was Tamil Nadu. But phase 2 is a lot about Karnataka, as 14 seats of the state will vote on Friday and the rest in the third phase. There are 28 seats in all, and in 2019, the BJP won 25 of them, reducing the Congress just to 1 seat. But the Congress party, riding on the promise of guarantees, managed an impressive win in the assembly elections of 2023. The BJP this time is heavily banking on the Modi factor to swing votes in its favor, and also relying on the JDS to transfer its votes to some of its key constituencies. It's a bipolar contest this time. But what do numbers exactly say? Let's get in our political commentator and also our data expert, Amitabh Tiwari, on this. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for being here. Explain to us, how does the Modi factor work in Karnataka? In 2014, the BJP won 17 seats, but the tally went up to 25 in 2019. And this is despite the Congress being in power then, and also in an alliance with JDS. Of course, the parties did fight separately.
Yeah, so if you look at the numbers, in 2019, 1 out of every 3 voter of the BJP nationally voted for BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. This number was 1 out of every 2 in Karnataka. So while the national average for the Modi factor is 32%, was 32% in 2019, it was 53% in Karnataka. So the Modi factor is fairly strong in Karnataka. Even in the 2023 Vidhan Sabha elections, 19% of voters voted for BJP because of Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So the Modi factor has an average that's much more in Karnataka. But sir, how do you see the impact of Congress guarantees, be it free bus transport or income support for women, as opposed to the centre's welfare measures? Because, I was looking at some data, be it Niti Aayog data that shows that the state has excelled in aspects of economy or human development. Even the state data says that at least 7 on 10 women seems to have benefited from one of those guarantees.
Yeah, so the implementation of the schemes has been fairly good in Karnataka, except for maybe perhaps the unemployment allowance scheme, which was launched just recently. The state has allocated 50,000 crores for the schemes in the budget. So the women are happy because they are getting 2,000 rupees cash income support, as well as a free bus travel. But it has led to a dissatisfaction among the men. They are not getting the cash doles. Plus, because of this free bus travel, the buses are overcrowded. Now, this has also led to some sort of a conflict between the poor and the middle class. So most of the beneficiaries are from the poor, SC, ST, Dalits, backwards, etc. However, because of this, there is a 50,000 crore, However, because of this, there is an additional 20,000 crore borrowing which the government has to take, and the fiscal deficit also has increased from 2.67% in 23-24 to 2.95% in 2025. So there is a conflict of sorts. Now, if you speak to the women who have been beneficiaries or who are beneficiaries of the schemes, some of them do intend to vote for the government. However, a section also is mindful of the fact that the benefit of these schemes, if any, will be given to Congress in a Vidhan Sabha election, since this is a national election. Now, there are very competing narratives on the ground. One is a central government beneficiary battle versus a state government beneficiary battle. Congress also somehow has been able to seep this narrative that if Congress does not get the maximum seats, they could, if Congress does not get the maximum seats, their government could be thrown out, which could lead to a stoppage of the scheme. So it's all these narratives.
So it's a battle of narratives there. But two traditionally powerful caste groups here, Lingayats and Vokkaligas, they have controlled Karnataka politics for many years. But now the Karnataka scene is very interesting because Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is an OBC Kuruba caste. How will the dominant caste equations play out this election according to your surveys and your analysis? And what will this be vis-a-vis the the OBC caste and also the SC community that too has internal divisions? You have the SC left and SC right there. Yeah.
So BJP has been able to crack the OBC code in the rest of the country, largely north and west, where they have played the dominant caste against the non-dominant OBCs like the Yadavs versus the non-Yadavs. But in Karnataka, somehow they have not been able to crack the code. They have been getting around 70% Lingayat support in Lok Sabha elections, and even amongst Vokkaligas, they got around 40% support in 2019. They hope that the alliance with the JDS will help them to consolidate the Vokkaliga vote further. So they have around 10-15% Vokkaliga support. However, this alliance is also seen as coming together of two dominant communities which have almost 100 MLAs out of the 224. So this automatically leads to a counter consolidation of the Ahinda vote bloc in the favor of the Congress party. So that's a risk of this alliance. So we'll have to see how this pans out. Amongst the SCs, as you mentioned, the SC left have traditionally voted for the BJP, it is said, and the SC right for the Congress party. Right. However, we've seen in Kolar that a SC right candidate, Muniswamy of the BJP, won, defeating a SC left candidate of the Congress party who has been winning for 6 times perhaps. Yes. So all these theories may not really hold on the ground. Conceptually, the SC community is not kingmaker in SC reserved seat. It is the other influential caste who determine whether who determine which SC candidate will win. The SC community plays a larger role in non-reserved communities. So that's also something we need to be
Mr. Tiwari, what does data actually say about JDS transferring votes to the BJP against the Congress and the JDS's own prospects? Because I was looking at your graphs, it's been seen as a weakened force, but it could also likely play a crucial role in almost 16 Lok Sabha seats.
Yeah, so JDS vote share has fallen from almost 20% to 10%. In fact, the best they have done is when they have contested alone. 2019 was the first time when they entered into a pre-poll alliance with any party, and that's the Congress party. So if you see the leakage of vote, because in any alliance, seamless transfer of vote is fairly important. So the pre-poll alliance vote share of JDS and Congress party was above 50%. But in a post-poll scenario, they got only 40% of the votes, which means 10% of the vote in absolute numbers or 20% in relative terms was the leakage. So the leakage was fairly big. Now the alliance with BJP, what happens is that whatever the Muslim support or the SC/ST support JDS had, which weakened further in 2023, may not accrue to JDS. And traditionally, there is a rivalry between the Lingayat and the Vokaliga community because of the 2008 incident where Kumaraswamy refused to leave the chair for Yedurappa. So we have to see whether the Lingayats vote 100% in favor of the Vokaliga candidates of JDS, largely Mandya and Hassan, and we have to see whether the Vokaliga supporters of JDS vote for Lingayat candidates in South, because there are some seats where they have been put up, as well as in the North, North Karnataka, rather the Bombay Karnataka and the Hyderabad Karnataka, where they have significant influence.
So, sir, so the swing and the transfer of votes seems to be the most interesting thing. What would be the top 5 swing seats that we should, keenly be watching? And how do you think this vote transfer can influence the overall outcome? Also, the Muslim, constituting about 13%, is that a factor at all?
Yeah, so with JDS allying with the Congress party, they have lost some Vokaliga votes to the Congress party. In the 2023 Vidhan Sabha elections, JDS lost whatever support it had amongst the Muslims. So the Muslims are largely with the Congress party in this election. Now JDS hopes to compensate for this loss of Muslim and Kuruba votes also, largely from the Lingayat community vote, which could accrue to it. The top 5 seats where the BJP lost by less than 5% margin could be, I would say, Chamarajnagar, Tumkur, or a Bellary, or even a Bangalore North. Hassan and Mandya also become very important because in Hassan there is a bit of anti-incumbency against Prajwal Revanna, and in Mandya the chunk of the Lingayat voters is pretty strong, is pretty high. So the JDS candidate benefited from the Kuruba and the SC vote in 2019, while this may not transfer significantly back to the JDS candidate. So these are very crucial seats for the JDS also for its prospects.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for all those insights. It's a critical battle there with Modi factor and Modi guarantees on one side and the Congress guarantees on the other. We'll know on June 4th on whose narrative clicked. We'll be back with another state and another important data point tomorrow on Poll Science.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
PM hits out at Congress's Goa candidate. Listening to Hanuman Chalisa becomes crime under Congress party. This is what the Prime Minister said today. Supreme Court pulls up Baba Ramdev, government and IMA in the Patanjali case. Kejriwal and K. Kavita's judicial custody extended for 14 days in Delhi liquor policy case.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, more political attacks on the campaign trail. The BJP once again attacks the Congress over what they call minority appeasement. This as temperatures are scoring not just on the campaign trails but literally on the ground. A big worry for the poll panel ahead of the second phase. And the Supreme Court takes Patanjali, the centre and the Indian Medical Association to task. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Prime Minister and Home Minister hit out at the Congress over appeasement politics. The Prime Minister says no Hanuman Chalisa under the Congress and they want to give Muslim quota. Chidambaram says the manifesto has only justice. Setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita. The court extends their custody for 14 days. They will now be produced in court on the 7th of May. The BJP files an official complaint with the Election Commission after a Congress candidate from Goa says the constitution was foisted on the people of Goa. The Prime Minister hits out, calls it an insult to B.R. Ambedkar and the constitution. Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia hits out at the Congress party, says they must question themselves, not agencies. Also says the Congress is against the idea of India. The Supreme Court pulls up Patanjali, the Indian Medical Association and the centre over the misleading ads case, tells the IMA to take action against unethical doctors who overprescribe medicine, grills Ramdev over the tiny size of the newspaper apology. The Election Commission concerned about heatwave conditions across many parts of the country and the impact on election turnout after the first phase saw a low of 65%. Heatwave alert for the next 5 days in 4 of the states going to polls. And in Malaysia, a celebration turns to tragedy after 2 Malaysian Navy choppers crash. Our top story now, amid the controversy over his remarks about the Congress and Muslims, the Prime Minister doubled down in his attack against the largest opposition party, once again hitting out at the Congress for allegedly being anti-Hindu and pro-minorities. Addressing a rally in Rajasthan's Tong today, he said that under Congress rule, listening to the Hanuman Chalisa is a crime. He also alleged the Congress had wanted to take quota away from SC/ST and give it to minorities.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था आंध्र प्रदेश में SC/ST के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास।
And the Home Minister as well took on the Congress, slamming the Congress as well as the Trinamool Congress for saying they want to roll back the Citizenship Amendment Act. He said the Congress is indulging in appeasement politics and also asked why doesn't Mamata Banerjee want Hindu and Buddhist refugees?
अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे। मैं ममता दीदी को पूछने आया हूं, बांग्लादेश से आए हुए हिंदू बौद्ध शरणार्थियों को नागरिकता मिले, उसमें आपको क्या तकलीफ है? क्या तकलीफ है? क्या अधिकार नहीं है उनका बंगाल पर?
Now, the Congress hit back. Senior leader P. Chidambaram said the Congress's manifesto is for all. It's not appeasement-centric, as the BJP is making it out to be, and that every section of society has been taken into consideration. He says, show me even one part which indulges in appeasement.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor, irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
Well, let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, the Prime Minister, Home Minister really doubling down on this attack on the Congress over appeasement. The Prime Minister also talking about quota politics.
Absolutely, Gargi. I think the BJP leadership has anyway decided to double down on this Hindutva faith ideology-related campaign pitch that they've been focusing on in the last 3 days. And today, the Prime Minister was speaking in Tok Savai Madhavpur, and this is, in Rajasthan. And it was also Hanuman Jayanti today. So he started by talking about how under the Congress government, under Ashok Gehlot, people in Rajasthan would find it very difficult to even chant Hanuman Chalisa, or for that matter, even celebrate Hanuman Jayanti. But in the BJP, all of that is sort of not there. He also, talked about how the Congress party wanted to implement Muslim reservation, and in fact, Andhra Pradesh was a test state for them, and the party really tried very hard. But there were legal hurdles, which is why the party sort of backed out. Now, this an interesting thing that has happened here is in the last few days after the Congress manifesto, Congress leaders have been talking about how the BJP, if it gets 400 seats, if the NDA gets 400 seats, it will change the constitution. In fact, they were trying to infer that there will be changes made to the reservation policy, and this is something that the BJP leaders also responded to. Today, both Amit Shah and the Prime Minister have in some ways turned it around to the Congress party, and they've said that, if you come to power, you will not only redistribute the wealth that belongs to the poor of the country, but you'll also give reservation to the Muslims of the country. So this is, of course, a clash of narratives, and we'll have to wait and watch which narrative actually, finds resonance with the Indian voters.
All right. Thanks so much, Vasudha, for joining us with those details and talking about back and forth. Now, after Congress leader Shashi Tharoor made light of the BJP's campaign in Kerala, saying the only account the BJP can open in Kerala is a bank account, BJP President JP Nadda hit back, saying that the grand old party never bothered about it and they only cared about vote bank and bank accounts of the dynasty.
Remember that the question that was asked to me is, will the BJP open its account in Kerala? So I said the BJP will only open its own bank account in Kerala. It's not about bank accounts for the poor. Bank accounts for the poor were opened by Dr. Manmohan Singh's government, UPA, and all the BJP did was change the name to Jan Dhan.
All right, and more political attacks seizing on the remarks by the Congress's South Goa candidate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit out at the party and Rahul Gandhi, accusing them of insulting B.R. Ambedkar's constitution and attempting to break the country. This after the Congress candidate said the constitution was forced on the people of Goa. The BJP has also filed a complaint against the candidate with the Goa poll panel.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले जाका आमका तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता. वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के साहबजादे को बताई है. ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा। ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की। आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग।
In our special election programming, Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia speaks to NDTV's Vishnu Shom in this exclusive conversation. He slammed opposition over claims of ED and CBI being used against the opposition and said the agencies are independent under Prime Minister Modi and that the opposition must question themselves rather than the agencies. Listen in.
One of the key issues for the BJP in your election manifesto, and it's something the BJP has spoken about, is a uniform civil code. The Congress, however, is opposed to this. They say that they will accept diversity, minorities will have a choice of personal laws.
The Congress is opposed.
Why is the universal civil code essential for you?
The Congress is opposed to the idea of India.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't think there's much to expect from the Congress, because I think the Congress is opposed to not only the idea of India, but let me go one step forward and say the Congress is opposed to the idea of the Congress itself.
Yes.
And the very fact that it's internally hemorrhaging tells you the picture of what actually is happening within that organization. So to expect an organization like that to think productively and proactively for the country is beyond comprehension.
A setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Telangana lawmaker K. Kavita, opposition politicians who were arrested last month, just weeks before the start of the Lok Sabha election in the alleged liquor policy scam. They have now been sent to extended judicial custody for 14 days and will be produced in court next on the 7th of May. The Delhi Chief Minister has a plea pending in the Supreme Court in which he's challenged his arrest on March 21st by the Enforcement Directorate on money laundering charges. The next hearing, however, is on the 29th of April. That's after the second phase of elections. Now, in the Patanjali misleading ads case in the Supreme Court, today the top court came down heavily on Ramdev and Patanjali, the centre, and even the petitioner, the Indian Medical Association. The Supreme Court first asked Patanjali if the size of the apology it put out in newspapers was similar to its full-page advertisements of its products that made all kinds of claims of even curing COVID. The Supreme Court also called out the petitioner, the Indian Medical Association, over its doctors allegedly endorsing expensive and unnecessary medicines and allopathy, saying that they should get their house in order as well, that there are many complaints with the IMA. And then the top court directed the central ministries to file affidavits regarding actions taken by them on misleading advertisements over the past 3 years. The Supreme Court adjourned the matter for a week after Ramdev said he will publish a bigger apology in newspapers. The Bombay High Court has ruled that public sector banks do not have the power in law to issue lookout circulars against defaulters. The High Court's verdict would render all such LOCs issued by such banks against defaulters as quashed. The bench said that the Bureau of Immigration won't act upon such LOCs, and the court also said its judgment would not affect the orders issued against any defaulter by a tribunal or a criminal court restraining them from travelling abroad. The Bombay High Court also today dismissed a suit challenging Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the 53rd spiritual leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. After a 10-year-long legal battle, the Bombay High Court has upheld Mufaddal Saifuddin's position as the head of the religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community, dismissing his nephew's claim.
Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin will continue to be the leader of the influential Dawoodi Bohra community. The Bombay High Court has said in a landmark decision, ending a decade-long legal battle. The court dismissed the suit from Sayyidina Tahir Fakhruddin, challenging Saifuddin's leadership.
वो सूट डिसमिस हुआ है. अभी ऑर्डर कॉपी, जब जजमेंट मिलेगा कॉपी तभी देखेंगे और फिर आगे अपील के जो करना होगा वो करेंगे. वो जजमेंट का कोर्ट में इतना ही बोला कि we have not proved our case, defendant has proved his case.
Justice Gautam Patel said the verdict was based on proof rather than faith. given the high emotions involved in the case. The legal battle started in 2014 between a nephew and an uncle who both staked claim to be the 53rd Dai, the religious leader of the Dawoodi Bohra community. The court arrived at the verdict after speaking to witnesses, experts and religious leaders. In its statement post the verdict, the spokesperson of the Dawoodi Bohra community said that the judgment had firmly dismissed the misinterpretation and misleading portrayal of Sayyidina Mufaddal Saifuddin. The uncle-nephew succession fight has been settled by the Bombay High Court for now. But this dispute had divided the community to an extent. It remains to be seen if Fakhruddin goes ahead and decides to file an appeal before a double bench of the Bombay High Court. With video journalist Praveen G. Rohit, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
In other news and celebrations turning to tragedy, two Malaysian Navy helicopters collided mid-air during a rehearsal for a naval parade. Just take a look at those visuals, and this accident killed all 10 crew members on board those two choppers. The accident took place during the 90th anniversary celebrations of the Malaysian Navy. Elections underway, and parties and voters are not only having to contend with rising political temperatures, but also the heat wave sweeping many states, which is seen to have impacted the turnout in the first phase of elections. The voter turnout in the first phase was 65.5%, a drop of 4.4% points from 2019. Now, what has got experts as well as Election Commission worried is that there's a heat wave warning for at least 4 states, West Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka, during the second phase.
The decline in voter turnout in the first phase of the Lok Sabha polls on the 19th of April has worried the Election Commission, which had launched several nationwide campaigns to encourage voting. In many constituencies, an above-average maximum temperature on polling day is believed to have deterred many. Take, for instance, Bihar's Nevada and Gaya Lok Sabha constituencies. Data shows how the temperature affected turnout over the years. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees. In Nevada, turnout was 52.5%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees Celsius in Nevada and the turnout was just 41.5%. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 56%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 52%. The Indian Met Department has forecast a hot summer ahead with an increase in the number of heat wave days. With 6 phases of the poll still left, the Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissioners have held a high-level meeting attended by the IMD Chief and took stock of the heat preparedness.
भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के साथ लगातार टच में है और हम सीजनल फोरकास्ट से शुरू करते हुए मंथली फोरकास्ट, वीक वाइज फोरकास्ट और एवरीडे फोरकास्ट हम इशू कर रहे हैं. पब्लिक तो इशू हो रहा है, इसके साथ साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को भी ये इशू हो रहा है नेशनल लेवल पर और स्टेट लेवल पर भी.
Meanwhile, preparations are almost complete for the second phase of polling scheduled on April 26th in Ghaziabad. Ghaziabad is one of the constituencies that has struggled with urban voters' apathy and low voting percentage for many years.
How big a challenge will be heat wave? Heat wave क्या आपको लगता है आपके लिए एक चुनौती होगी इस बार?
जो हमारे बूथ्स हैं, बूथ्स में हम लोग पीने की पानी की व्यवस्था, आपकी छाँव के लिए जो हमारे टेंट्स हो सकते हैं या जो अन्य माध्यम हो सकते हैं छाँव के लिए, वो हम वहाँ पे उपलब्ध कराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. बल्कि इसका हमने एक मैपिंग भी कर लिया है जहाँ जहाँ पे इस तरह की समस्याएं आने की संभावनाएं हैं.
With Himanshu Shekhar Mishra, NDTV Bureau Report.
आपने पश्चिम बंगाल के बारे में सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ी चेतावनी जारी की है. वहाँ मतदान भी होना है 26 तारीख को. पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या फोरकास्ट है आपका?
देखिए, अगर आप हीट वेव का बात कर रहे हैं तो हीट वेव ऑलमोस्ट ईस्ट इंडिया के सभी सब डिविजन्स में आने वाले 5 दिनों में रहने की उम्मीद है. जैसे सबसे पहले हम वेस्ट बंगाल की बात करें तो वेस्ट बंगाल में हमारा अनुमान ये है कि आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव रहने का अनुमान है. मेन सीवियर हीट वेव हम तब कहते हैं जब टेम्परेचर सामान्य से 6.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस से ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं. अगर 4.5 से ज़्यादा रहते हैं तो हम हीट वेव कहते हैं. तो ये अनुमान है, वहाँ रहेगा. और इसके साथ ही थोड़ा ह्यूमिडिटी भी कोस्टल एरिया में हायर साइड रहता है और मिनिमम टेम्परेचर्स भी नॉर्मल से थोड़े ज़्यादा हैं। इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हमने वहाँ पे आने वाले 3 दिनों के लिए रेड अलर्ट दे रखा है और उसके बाद ऑरेंज अलर्ट है। और सिमिलरली अगर आप उड़ीसा की बात करें, उड़ीसा के लिए भी हमने स्पेसिफिकली कोस्टल एरियाज, उसके लिए हमने आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव का वार्निंग दे रखा है। झारखंड में भी एक आधे दिन के बाद थोड़ा हीट वेव का आने का प्रोबेबिलिटी है। बिहार में भी हीट वेव रहेगा।
राजस्थान में भी मतदान है, क्या प्रोजेक्शन है राजस्थान?
देखिए राजस्थान, अभी नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया की बात करें तो नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में कंटिन्यूज अभी थंडरस्टॉर्म एक्टिविटी हो रहा था, वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे थे, तो पूरा नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में इंक्लूडिंग राजस्थान टेम्परेचर इतने ज़्यादा नहीं है। हालांकि जब 40 रीच करते हैं तो पीपल शुड टेक द प्रिकॉशंस, लेकिन अभी जो भी है टेम्परेचर सामान्य है या सामान्य से कम ही है।
And now for our election, a special focus, a triangular contest for Gautam Budh Nagar Lok Sabha seat in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party and Congress's candidate Mahendra Singh has been fielded against the BJP's Mahesh Sharma. Listen in to what the people of Noida in Gautam Budh Nagar constituency have to say.
The soaring Noida skyline, dotted with towering high-rises. With expressways running long and wide and bulky new skyscrapers nearing completion every day, this real estate capital paints a defining picture of a changing Uttar Pradesh. Less than 30 kilometers from the seat of power, the Gautam Budh Nagar constituency is home to over 7 lakh urban voters, whose political reticence makes the electoral battle here unpredictable and suspenseful. This has traditionally been a BJP citadel. This time it's a three-way contest. Joint SP Congress candidate Mahendra Singh Nagar takes on a fellow doctor and BJP strongman Mahesh Sharma. Even as a beleaguered BSP looks to regain some of its lost prestige in western Uttar Pradesh. A physician by profession and owner of a prominent group of hospitals, BJP's Mahesh Sharma won the high-profile seat with a remarkable margin of nearly 2 lakh votes in 2019 for the second consecutive term. Riding high on his local popularity and rising vote share, which went from nearly 50% in 2014 to over 56% in 2019, the RSS man rose the ranks from a young ABVP leader to find a spot in Modi's first cabinet.
कहाँ है वो गठबंधन? किसका गठबंधन? जो थके हुए लोग हैं, जो अपनी विपक्ष के आइडेंटिटी को छोड़ चुके हैं, जो मौका परस्ती का गठबंधन है, तो इसलिए इनसे कोई भला होने वाला नहीं है।
Once his close friend Mahendra Nagar is now Sharma's main political opponent. After 3 flip-flops, Akhilesh Yadav finally placed his bets on the Samajwadi veteran. With the opposition juggernaut rolling out on a cycle here, the UP ke ladke have made a comeback as the poster boys of India Bloc's campaign in this key constituency.
ये अलायंस कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी और आपका भी है इफेक्ट है थोड़ा, तीनों का है, बाकी सीपीआई सीपीएम भी हैं और उसका ग्राउंड लेवल पे इफेक्ट है कि ज़बरदस्त रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है। कास्ट सेंसस तो सबसे ज़्यादा बीजेपी करती है, मैं उसके उदाहरण भी आपको दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन अगर वो हमारे अखिलेश जी पीडीए की बात करते हैं, वो ये बात करते हैं कि हम इनका जनसंख्या का आकलन कराएंगे कितनी है, इसमें कोई नुकसान है क्या?
These imposing multi-storied buildings, however, house less than 30% of Noida's population, masking an unknown reality of this seemingly urban hub. Home also to over 11 lakh voters who earn their livelihood toiling away on the fields. 38-year-old Tejpal, who has a 2-acre field in his village in Gautam Budh Nagar, Sikandrabad, has been staring at back-to-back losses in the last few years, with extreme heat, unseasonal rain and stray animals ravaging his wheat crop.
वही 6,000 जो हमें 2,000 रुपए महीने के वही मिले बस।
तो आपको मतलब जो अनाज का नुकसान होता है उसके लिए सरकार की कोई मदद नहीं मिली?
ना उसकी तरफ से कोई मदद ना करी, पिछली साल जो भी नुकसान हुआ उसकी कोई मदद नहीं करी।
24-year-old Anmol, whose father is an agricultural labourer like Tejpal, travels over 10 kilometers on his bicycle every day for his SSC coaching in the city.
गांव के लिए तो जी बहुत विकास हुआ और सड़क का निर्माण बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा, बस थोड़ा नौकरी की परेशानी चल रही है।
The caste arithmetic in these villages is central to a victory in the seat. The BSP is hoping for a consolidation of the Muslim and Dalit votes. A former Congress veteran and BSP candidate Rajendra Solanki says his direct fight is with the BJP.
मायावती ने हाईवे बनवाया, मायावती जी के टाइम में मेट्रो स्टार्ट हुई, तो मायावती जी ने जो काम किया है उस काम को देखते हुए यहाँ का जो हरिजन समाज है, जो एससी समाज है, वो मायावती के प्रति नमन करता है और गोलबंद है।
None of the candidates, however, has an answer to the plight of the lakhs of home buyers fighting for a home to call their own in this so-called real estate paradise. These Noida residents are still without a home of their own despite having bought apartments several years ago. Deceived by builders, shrugged off by authorities, this group of 30,000 home buyers in Noida has decided to boycott the polls.
हम हज़ारों या लाखों लोग जो यहाँ पे हैं, किसी ने 2010 में खरीदा है, किसी ने 2015, किसी ने 2018, लेकिन कहानी सबकी एक ही है। पैसे पूरे दिए हैं, रजिस्ट्री हुई नहीं है, मालिकाना हक मिला नहीं है।
एक्चुअली देखिए, पूरे सिस्टम के विरोध ही ये लड़ाई है। एक तरह से आप बोल सकते हैं कि जो नोएडा एक्सटेंशन है, एक नोएडा एक्सटेंशन है।
In the last 1 year, nearly 6,000 apartments were launched in Noida that boasts of thousands of multi-storied buildings. But as Noida reaches new heights, security, maintenance and accountability fall to greater lows. Noida encapsulates the idea of a modern Indian planned city. It symbolizes aspiration. But there is a dark side to this real estate paradise as well. Corruption, fraud, deceit and home buyers having to bear the brunt of the alleged nexus between the government's authorities and builders. This time, they demand...
All right, we're now joined on the phone line by the Goa Chief Minister over the latest controversy that has broken out. Pramod Sawant joining us on the phone line after a Congress candidate in Goa said that the constitution has been thrust on the people of Goa. The Prime Minister himself hit out over this, saying that this is an insult to Ambedkar's constitution. Mr. Pramod Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to us. आपने complain किया है poll panel से इसके बारे में?
जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है। हमने गोवा में इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कैप्टन विरेटो की कंप्लेन की है, जिन्होंने बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर के इस संविधान के ऊपर जो प्रश्न उठाया है, संविधान जो थोपा गया है गोवा के ऊपर, ये स्टेटमेंट किया है, इसके खिलाफ हमने ऑलरेडी कंप्लेन सबमिट की है इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास।
जी, जो कैंडिडेट ने जो बोला था कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन केम इनटू इफेक्ट इन 1950 एट दैट टाइम कि गोवा वाज अंडर पोर्चुगीज रूल एटसेट्रा, तो उन्होंने पूरा एक एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है, लेकिन इसके बारे में प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी बात किया है और कहा है दिस इज एन अटेम्प्ट टू ब्रेक द कंट्री।
जी, आपकी बात सही है। पहले तो हम गोवा को लिबरेशन मिला 1961 में, 14 साल हमें लेट लिबरेशन मिला बिकॉज ऑफ द कांग्रेस, और उसके बाद भी ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमें लिबरेशन मिलने के बाद ये जो बात कर रहे हैं कि हमें ये संविधान हमारे ऊपर थोपा दिया गया, फोर्सफुली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज इम्प्लीमेंटेड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इन द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा, ये बात, और जो वो बता रहे हैं कि मैंने खुद बात ये राहुल गांधी से की, और राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि पॉइंट इन इट, ये बात मीन्स राहुल गांधी भी इससे सहमत है। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच इसमें दिखती है, विरेटो और राहुल गांधी की सोच भारत तोड़ो है, जो संविधान के खिलाफ बात कर रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं बोल देता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर जरूर बात करनी चाहिए। राहुल गांधी शुड कम क्लियर, इज विद कैप्टन विरेटो, और कांग्रेस की यही सोच है कि राहुल गांधी जी ने एक्सप्लेनेशन देना पड़ेगा, देश को बताना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज राहुल गांधी जी ने देश की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, संविधान की माफी माननी पड़ेगी, गोवा के लोगों की माफी माननी पड़ेगी।
जी, और सावंत जी, जो गोवा कैंडिडेट विरियाटो फर्नांडिस जिस चीज के बारे में एक्चुअली बात कर रहे थे कि ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप, ये उनकी मांग थी कि हमको ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप चाहिए गोवंस के लिए, पोर्चुगीज एंड इंडियन सिटीजनशिप।
उसकी बात एक ड्यूअल सिटीजन की हो सकती है, लेकिन उसने फोर्सफुली द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये बात नहीं कहनी चाहिए। और रही बात ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, तो हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास कंटिन्यूअसली ये मैटर फॉलो कर रहे थे, और द रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट और द सरेंडर ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इससे OCI कार्ड ऑलरेडी उनको मिलने वाला प्रोसेस भी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कंप्लीट कर दिया है। इफ सपोज दे आर गेटिंग द आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग या रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, उन्हें समझो OCI कार्ड मिलता है तो ये ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की बात ही नहीं रहती है। जो ये इशू था, ये OCI कार्ड मिलने वाला जो इशू था, वो हमने रिसेंटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम अफेयर्स ने ये सर्कुलर निकालने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि इनका इशू जो था वो रिजॉल्व हो गया है।
तो आपका कहना है जो ये इशू जो मांग कर रहे हैं ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, उसको मतलब बीजेपी भी सपोर्ट करती है गोवा में? इट्स दिस इशू दैट ही स्पोक अबाउट द हिस्टोरिकल एस्पेक्ट की गोवा पे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वाज इन अ सेंस फोर्स्ड बिकॉज दे गॉट देयर फ्रीडम आफ्टर द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन केम इनटू इफेक्ट इन इंडिया।
मैं इस पे क्लियर हूँ क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गोवा पे लिबरेशन 1961 में मिला तो कुछ लोगों की ड्यूअल सिटीजन की मांग थी क्योंकि गोवा के लोगों को डायरेक्टली पुर्तगाल पासपोर्ट मिल रहा था, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के प्रॉब्लम्स उनके बाद में सेकंड जनरेशन में जो आ रहे थे पुर्तगाल पासपोर्ट लेने के बाद उनको कभी वहाँ का भी यहाँ का भी पासपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था। लेकिन दैट इशू ऑल्सो रिजॉल्व बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया नाउ। जब कांग्रेस सरकार में सत्ते में थी वो भी तब नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन OCI कार्ड मिलने वाला इशू अभी हमारे सरकार ने रिजॉल्व कर दिया है क्योंकि आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इंडियन पासपोर्ट सरेंडर करने के बाद भी उनको अभी OCI कार्ड मिल रहा है। ये इसके बाद पे ऊपर मैं क्लियर हूँ, लेकिन इसलिए उन्होंने द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया जो हमें फोर्सफुली इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया, इस स्टेटमेंट करना ये भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है। हमारे पास अभी रिएक्शन नहीं है कांग्रेस का। ये जो एलिगेशंस बनाए गए हैं, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सरासर भारत तोड़ो करने की बात है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि ये कैंडिडेट एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे जिस तरह से वो उनकी मांग है ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे थे जब गोवा का इंडिपेंडेंस हुआ, जिस समय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जब इफेक्टिव हुआ इंडिया में, तो उसकी बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां से ये तोड़ने की बात कहां से हो गई है?
उनकी क्लियर स्टेटमेंट देखो, उन्होंने कहा है कि फोर्सफुली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द स्टेट। ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। और उन्होंने कहा भी कि मैंने खुद वो के बात राहुल गांधी जी से की और राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर हाँ द पॉइंट इन इट ये स्टेटमेंट किया। उसकी वीडियो है और वो सोशल मीडिया पे क्लियर कट है, पब्लिक में है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है, और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी शुड कम क्लियर ऑन दिस स्टेटमेंट।
All right, you're saying Rahul Gandhi should respond on this. The demand, of course, was for dual citizenship, and this talk of, the history and what took place at the time when Goa got its freedom, and the candidate in this political rally was talking about the constitution being forced on the people of Goa, saying our destiny was decided by someone else. Thank you so much, Pramod Sawant, for speaking to us here at NDTV on this latest controversy that has broken out. The Goa Chief Minister there speaking to us, saying that Rahul Gandhi must respond, saying that yes, they have taken it to the poll panel as well. The BJP in Goa has complained to the Goa poll panel over this statement that was made by the Goa candidate Fernandez, where he spoke about how he went to Rahul Gandhi with this demand of 12 demands, one of which was a dual citizenship. And he explained the history and the sequence of events, so to speak, about how the constitution came into effect earlier and in 1950, and how Goa got its independence. It was under the Portuguese at that time. How Goa was liberated from Portuguese rule only in 1961. So he claims that in a sense that the constitution was forced on us. We were not included in it. But now the BJP taking exception to this particular remark, that particular part of this entire demand, and saying that you cannot say it was forced on us, and this is an insult to the constitution, and in a sense even claiming that it goes as far as talk of breaking the country. Well, we will try and get a reaction from the Congress party to that, this latest controversy that has broken out, with the Prime Minister himself hitting out over this statement by the Goa candidate. We'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
It's clash of titans in Thiruvananthapuram. A three-term sitting MP, a union minister and a veteran CPI leader slug it out in the capital city of Kerala, which is a political nerve center.
We are going up. Where is the BJP going up? I'd love to know. All they can point to is UP.
Put out these fake surveys that said that they are going to win. The candidate here is also doing the same thing.
While the BJP has never won a Lok Sabha seat in Kerala, the party registered a victory in the Thiruvananthapuram district just once, with O. Rajagopal winning the Nimam Assembly seat in 2016. In the 2019 polls, the BJP's Kumanam Rajashekharan got 31.3% votes in Thiruvananthapuram, the largest vote share achieved by the party among all 20 Lok Sabha constituencies it contested in the state.
Overall, because, in many ways you're also the face of the BJP in the entire southern India, not just in Kerala, but in other states as well. Many ways we have seen how in 2014 and in 2019, the Modi wave was stopped in Kerala. Kerala did not have a single representative, be it in parliament or even in the assembly elections. What makes you think that 2024 will be different?
So I think the main, I don't know how to compare 2024 to 2019. I certainly don't want to attempt to do that. But 2024 is a clear case of the last 10 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government and what he has done, especially during this black swan event of the COVID pandemic, what he did, how he looked after people, free vaccines, free rations, and despite all those challenges, India is the fastest growing economy in the world, has received record investments, is creating jobs and startups at an unprecedented rate. And people know that, people realize that. And look, the thing with the opposition parties like Congress is they can do this game once, they can do it twice, but it's a bit difficult to keep pulling the wool over people's eyes. 2019, they came up with these, the falsehoods and lies about Prime Minister. Then they put out these fake surveys that said that they are going to win. The candidate here is also doing the same thing. So at that point in 2019, maybe people believed in those fake surveys and fake polls. But what ended up happening was that the people of India gave Narendra Modi ji an even bigger mandate compared to 2014. And we know that in 2024, the people of India are going to give Narendra Modi ji an even bigger mandate than 2019. So that is why 400 par.
Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar is working on a constituency-specific vision document.
So we are in Thiruvananthapuram, and at present, very close to Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, he has given us access inside his house. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, IT Minister to electoral journey?
Well, I think, yes, this is certainly a interesting and exciting new phase in my political career. As you know, 18 years I have served as an MP. I have served to the best of my abilities in the Rajya Sabha. And our Prime Minister has given me this opportunity and honor to represent Thiruvananthapuram, the capital city of my state of Kerala, in Parliament, and also kind of excited about this new aspect of my political career.
And something very interesting I've spotted here.
Yes.
Could you explain this to us and our viewers? What exactly is this? This is some kind of mapping that you have done.
This is the map. This is what Thiruvananthapuram is. This is, as you know, Thiruvananthapuram people think is only the city, but that is a very small part of Thiruvananthapuram. There are very large assembly segments of Thiruvananthapuram: Kovalam, Neyatingara, Parashala, and of course there's Karakutam, Vattiurka of Nemam and Thiruvananthapuram. There's a lot of people who are even today, 75 years after independence, suffering considerably. They don't have homes, they don't have safe drinking water. Basic needs have not been met for decades and years. And there are whole communities in the fishing communities that go all the way from here to here that have effectively been, their livelihoods have been totally disrupted for the last 5 to 7 years because of sea erosion, beaches being swept away. Neither the state government or the MP has been able to do anything for them.
there was also a buzz that you could contest from another constituency in another state.
It is true. In January, our Prime Minister, my leader, had asked me clearly, said that since you have now decided that you want to contest in the Lok Sabha, what seat would you like to contest in? Because there was some talk within the party that they would prefer me contesting in a safer seat like Bangalore, like other parts of the country. And I told him then, as I say today, that for me, the first choice is really to be able to contest in Tirunelveli, which is the capital city of my state of Kerala. And I said it in January because there was a lot of rumor and a lot of articles being written in the local Kerala media about Nirmala ji, Jaishankar ji, and indeed even one article about Prime Minister himself contesting from Tirunelveli. So I said it because he asked me what would I prefer. I said it would be a great honor if I could get an opportunity to contest in Tirunelveli. And then a month and a half later, in late February and early March, he told me to go ahead and start preparing.
And here you are.
And here I am. On the 4th of March, 3rd of March, the party declared my candidacy, and the 4th evening I was here, and I have crisscrossed the entire constituency.
His next stop is a meeting at Residents Welfare Association, Poonkulam.
So you have been here for over a month now. How has the response been? And according to you, what is this battle for Thiruvananthapuram?
No, the battle is certainly for the future of Tirunelveli. Today, unfortunately, in Tirunelveli and Kerala, 37% of all seats in undergraduate colleges are vacant. Students fear going to colleges because of campus violence. That is certainly not what youngsters today, in today's India, should be experiencing. They should be looking forward to a career with wings flying high, their aspirations flying high, dreaming of things that they want to do. So those are the fundamental problems that have been created in the last 10 to 15 years in Tirunelveli that I hope to solve, which is really to bring the same aspirational politics, the politics of growth, politics of development to every person of Tirunelveli. And you ask me, what is this battle about? The battle is about really that, discarding in a lot of ways the old dogma of the left and the UDF and moving forward to a politics and an economics of opportunity and prosperity for all.
And you are pitted against a 3-term MP who has won the last election with a margin, a significant margin. How difficult is your battle really, and what do you think is going to be the drawing point towards the BJP and Mr. Modi and of course you as the candidate?
Look, the incumbent MP and me are like chalk and cheese. He's a person who has squatted on his MPship for 15 years and has very little to show for it, and every time he's challenged on his performance, he says, I've written 3 letters and 2 questions. He was for a large part of those 15 years a minister and had to resign under certain circumstances due to his IPL connections. But when he had an opportunity to do something good for the city and good for the constituency, he did not, he could not. And today he is reduced to a situation where he has to claim central government projects as his achievement. So which is fine with me. I don't really bother about that. But that compared with somebody like me, somebody like Narendra Modi ji's BJP government, and having a minister of the BJP NDA government as a representative of Tirunelveli is certainly something that will be very sharply and dramatically altering the trajectory of Tirunelveli's growth and progress.
The BJP, which was always in the 3rd or the 4th position since 1989 general elections, felt winds of change blowing in the constituency in the 2014 and 2019 elections. In both these elections, it pushed the LDF down and secured a 2nd position. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is confident it will be a different story this time. His afternoons are always about road shows.
My last question to you before I follow you in the second part of your campaign, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. You know, there is this significant presence of women here. On one hand, your party speaks about women-led development. On the other hand, there is also a talk of secularism and other ideological push. I'm trying to understand what are these battle of narratives?
No, there is. Look, I want to be very clear, Maria. It is the opposition party that has for several years poisoned the minds of many people in Kerala, and it's true for Tirunelveli as well, against the BJP. And they have run this narrative using half facts, half lies, full-blown falsehoods to create fear in a lot of people who are poor, and they are obviously threatened by this narrative that the BJP is somehow against a community or against communities. I am making a lot of effort today to going out to those communities and telling them the truth, that in the last 10 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has lived by Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, has lived and acted completely in a manner where no community, no faith, no gender, no region has ever been discriminated against. Now, it is the opposition parties who, because they don't have any other narrative, anything else to offer to the people of Kerala, people of Tirunelveli, that will continue to perpetuate this narrative and to try and cause fear in the minds of some people. We have seen in the last 1.5 months, not one of the two candidates of the CPI or the Congress has said anything about development, anything about their future vision for Tirunelveli. Instead, both of them will go like a stuck record, talk lies about CA, talk lies about beef, talk lies about Manipur, and keep saying the same fiction, hoping that at some point some people will get afraid and believe their lies. And I am defeating those lies with the constant exposure of their lies and telling the truth. So I think that is the battle that is being fought. There is no narrative battle. There is a battle between politics of performance, politics of development on one hand, and the politics of lies and falsehoods on the other hand.
Well, the performance has already been done by me. What we've got in the BJP is the politics of performance and the different meaning of the word performance, which is theatre, which is performing for the cameras and the headlines. It's not performance in terms of actual results. The BJP made 3 promises to Kerala, other than what they've delivered for the country as a whole, and they broke all those promises. They promised an AIMS, there is no AIMS. They promised a National University for Ayurveda, they established it in Gujarat. They promised a National Institute, they promised to upgrade our National Institute for Speech and Hearing. They promised it in their budget speech, so it's a solemn assurance on the floor of Parliament. And then they went and established that in the Northeast. So the truth with these people is they've broken every promise they gave Kerala. The only Modi guarantee here is the guarantee that they will break their promises.
You have had Dr. Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar. How are you looking at these two leaders? And also,
too fault. He is a man of, as far as we know, we don't know as a new person. But when he came here, we studied about him. We know about him. And really, after knowing that Bangalore also one of the example for him. He developed it, basically.
Actually, Shashi Tharoor is a man of wisdom, but we need a man of action.
Congress MP Shashi Tharoor is also on a roadshow. He is confident of scripting history. If he wins this time, he will become the first to hold the record of representing the constituency for a record 4th time in a row.
Battle for Thiruvananthapuram is believed to be one of the most defining elections of 2024. With me is the defender of this constituency, Member of Parliament of 3 terms, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, you're in the middle of your campaign, canvassing extensively. Let me ask you, what according to you defines this battle for Thiruvananthapuram?
Well, I'm campaigning extensively, others are campaigning expensively, but I think we're going to prevail. Look, it's an interesting election. It's a 3-cornered fight. I think the national media has not been paying enough attention to the communists, but the fact is that I took the seat from the Communist Party, which had won the 2 previous elections before 2009, when I won it for the first time. And the then sitting MP is the candidate now 15 years later. So he's a serious player as well. And there's a good fight going on between him and the BJP for the 2nd spot. But as far as the main sort of result is concerned, all the surveys show me leading. And as far as I'm concerned, what I see from the enthusiasm of the public wherever I go, their friendship, their smiles, their affection, their waves, I think this is in the bag.
Dr. Tharoor, this is a constituency that you have nurtured for several years now.
15 years.
Yes, 15 years. But your political opponents say that you're a missing member of parliament, someone who is wise, but when it comes to action, they are best suited?
Well, the fact is that when they said that, we all realized they'd never been here. I mean, Mr. Chandrasekhar in particular is the one who's been peddling that line. The communists haven't said that because they know the opposite is true. But the BJP has been saying this, and the gentleman hasn't been in this constituency maybe 3 times in the last 15 years. So what we've done to help him and others with short memories is to issue a 66-page booklet of all my development achievements, and we did that even before the elections were announced, to show people that, in fact, every word I've given has been kept, every promise fulfilled, and a number of things I hadn't even promised got done, which were pending for many, many years. For example, the national highway from here to the Tamil Nadu border had been stuck for 40 years. There was a bypass in which stones had been laid on people's land, but the land had never been acquired and the road never been built. And I didn't know about this, but when I came in 2009, people said to me, for God's sake, get these stones removed. Whether you get the road built or whether the road is lost. And I said, fine, I'll take this up as a challenge, and I did. I saw the highway ministers at the time, I saw the national highway officials, and we got the road built. The first checks changed hands to acquire the land in the last year of the UPA government. And so we were able to start a project which had been stuck for so long. And then indeed I saw it through to completion during the last 10 years, where I did enjoy the cooperation of Mr. Gadkari, the highway minister. But at the same time, there's no doubt that at every stage I had to be involved, meeting the community in various spots, their objections. They wanted interchange here, an overpass here, underpass here, seeing all that through, getting the officials, going to the ministry, getting it done. So it was an intensive work. Now the result is, you can see the road all the way up to Tamil Nadu border. Some people in the BJP say, oh, it was built in our time, so it's our road. First of all the effort was made by me, number one. Number two, they're ruling all of India, not just Kerala.
Dr. Tharoor, this is an important battle for you, of course, but also for India. But there is no India per se here in Kerala because it's LDF, UDF, and of course there is the third player, as you said, also in BJP. But this is the same BJP which, has not won a single representative here for so many years.
Well, the fact is that Kerala, for the last 55 years, has witnessed a battle between the left, led by the communists, and the UDF, United Democratic Front, led by the Congress. And that isn't going to change overnight. You have an alliance at the national level, and the alliance will certainly hold when it comes to replacing the BJP government of the centre. But there is no doubt that when it comes to actual local state politics, each state has its own political history and its own political character. And so you've got, for example, here, the CPM and the Congress. It's inconceivable to think of us on the same side. But right next door in Tamil Nadu, CPM, CPI and the Muslim League are all allied with each other and with the DMK.
Since the BJP has made that pitch for 400 par, and for achieving that number, the southern states have to vote for the BJP as well. We have seen that particular push come from the Prime Minister, where he has been extensively campaigning in, Tamil Nadu, also in Kerala. Do you think that's an achievable number?
No, certainly not. In fact, I don't think the BJP's present 303 is a sustainable number either. I think they're going to drop. I think they maxed out 2019 because of Pulwama, Balakot and all that. Today, they have only one way to go down. In 11 states, it's only one way, and that's down. Whereas for the Congress, in many places, the only way is up. And so you're looking at very, very encouraging surveys everywhere. And I think they can see the writing on the wall. That's why the arrests of Kejriwal and midnight and the freezing of the Congress bank accounts and all of these, the raid on Rahul Gandhi's helicopter. I mean, it's all one thing after another, showing signs of desperation. I think up ki bar, 300 par is impossible, 400 par is fantasy. Namaskaram, sare. Thangal anugraham undaville. Thangal anugraham undaville. Anugraham prasari undaville. Adu ende baga. Nandi. Thank you. Inike sandu. Voice ille jeipikanam sare. Vote jeipikanam. Prasari jeipikanam. 4th of June, I think we're going to see a result that's going to favor, on the whole, the India Alliance parties cumulatively, whether or not they were allied to each other in individual states. They will come together for a total of over 272, and we will have a government. That is my prediction.
The battle is a bipolar one between the two rival state blocs, United Democratic Front or UDF and Left Democratic Front or LDF. The India bloc has the Congress and the CPI in alliance at the national level. But in Kerala, they are contesting against each other in order to ensure the opposition space is not ceded to the BJP, which has been relentlessly working to make inroads. Since the beginning of the year, Prime Minister Modi has made multiple visits to Kerala, holding road shows and public meetings.
आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आप कांग्रेस और एलडीएफ पर विश्वास कर सकते हैं क्या? न इनके काम की कोई क्रेडिबिलिटी है, न इनके पॉलिटिकल कैरेक्टर की कोई क्रेडिबिलिटी है. ये लोग केरला में आपस में सबसे बड़े दुश्मन की तरह लड़ते हैं, लेकिन दिल्ली में यही कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट दोस्ती बढ़ाने के लिए मीटिंग करते रहते हैं.
With temperatures rising and the voter percentage down in the first phase, the Election Commission is organizing such events across states, hoping that second phase will see more enthusiasm. Kerala has 5.75 lakh first-time voters.
This is Manaviyam Veedi Street in Trivandrum, and it's already sundown, but there are young voters, first-time voters who are on the streets because this is supposed to be the art street or the culture street. Yeah. What is the significance of this street?
The street complete concerned with the music and different types of arts is there.
Or what are the concerns of the youth in this election? Because all of you, I'm sure, will go to cast your vote, right? So you exercise your right, but then what will you do?
Actually, it's not about the concerns of the youth, not just the youth, it's a concern of the whole India, the people of India. Because, in this present condition, the democracy, the constitution is all at stake in this country. That's the present situation. So we need to change this situation.
Battle for Thiruvananthapuram has reached a feverish pitch. In this clash of titans in the God's own country, which way will it go? We'll know about it only on 4th of June. With video journalist Pooja in Thiruvananthapuram, this is Maria Shakir.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-presented by Intelligence Meets Art with the all-new Motorola Edge 50 Pro. Panasonic AC for smart homes. Co-powered by Rungta Steel TMT Bar, ekdam solid. Driven by Hyundai X-Star. Think SUV, think X-Star.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Make sure he leaves by 9.
Yes, Papa.
Let's go to unleash the feast. 8:55 AM.
Moto G64 5G. Unleash the beast.
कौन सा तार काटूं? लाल या हरा?
So tell us, what do you bring to the table?
बरखोला, जब नींद होगी ब्रेक फ्री, तभी तो दिन होगा टेंशन फ्री. इसीलिए घर ले आइए Panasonic Pro Smart AC with custom sleep profile, India's first Matter-enabled RAC.
Panasonic.
तेरा गेम रिकॉर्ड कोई तोड़ ही नहीं पाता. एक बार मैं तोड़ दूंगा. So smooth, yeah.
Time up. Get your own Moto G64 5G. Unleash the beast.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. This is LRC, and these are the headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah hit out at the Congress party over its alleged appeasement politics. The Prime Minister said no Hanuman Chalisa was recited under the Congress and they wanted to give Muslim quota. P. Chidambaram has, however, said that the manifesto only spoke about justice. There's a setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and BRS leader K. Kavita. The court extended their custody for 14 days. They will now be produced in the court on the 7th of May. The BJP has filed an official complaint with the Election Commission after a Congress candidate from Goa said the constitution was foisted on the people of Goa. The Prime Minister, in fact, has hit out. He has called it an insult to B.R. Ambedkar and the Constitution. In an exclusive interview to NDTV, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has said that it is shocking that the candidate made this remark in front of Rahul Gandhi and that he must explain. Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia hit out at the Congress party, said they must question themselves, not the agencies, said the Congress is against the idea of India. The Supreme Court has pulled up Patanjali, the Indian Medical Association and the Centre over misleading ads case. It has told the IMA to take action against unethical doctors who overprescribe. It has also grilled Ramdev over the tiny size of the newspaper apology. The Election Commission, concerned about heat wave conditions across many parts of the country and the impact on election turnout after the first phase saw a lower 65% heat wave alert is in fact there for the next 5 days in 4 of the states that go to polls. Amid the controversy over his remarks about the Congress party and Muslims, the Prime Minister today doubled down on his attack against the targets of opposition party. In fact, he again hit out at the Congress party for allegedly being anti-Hindu and pro-minorities. Addressing a rally in Rajasthan's Tonk, he said under Congress rule, listening to the Hanuman Chalisa was a crime. He also alleged that the Congress party had wanted to take quota away from SC/ST communities and give it to minorities.
वो तस्वीर है कांग्रेस के शासन वाले कर्नाटका की। कुछ दिन पहले वहां एक छोटा दुकानदार, उसको सिर्फ इसलिए बुरी तरह से पीटा गया, लहूलुहान कर दिया गया, क्योंकि वो अपनी दुकान में बैठे बैठे हनुमान चालीसा सुन रहा था। ये कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका की सरकार का काम देखिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच हमेशा से तुष्टीकरण की रही है। 2004 में जैसे ही कांग्रेस की केंद्र में सरकार बनी, उसके सबसे पहले किए गए कामों में था आंध्र प्रदेश में SC/ST के रिजर्वेशन में से कमी करके मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देने का प्रयास।
Now, Home Minister Amit Shah also slammed the Congress party and the Trinamool Congress for saying that they will roll back the Citizenship Amendment Act, the CAA. He in fact said that the Congress party was indulging in appeasement politics, and he asked, why doesn't Mamata Banerjee want Hindus and Buddhist refugees to get their rights?
अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी के आधार पर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहती हैं। चिदम्बरम ये नहीं कहते हैं कि सीएए में क्या बुराई है, हम सीएए हटा देंगे। क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि उनको अपनी माइनॉरिटी की पॉलिटिक्स करनी है, माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक को मजबूत करनी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सिद्धांतों पर अटल है। हम किसी के साथ अन्याय नहीं करेंगे, सबके साथ न्याय करेंगे। मैं ममता दीदी को पूछने आया हूं, बांग्लादेश से आए हुए हिंदू बौद्ध शरणार्थियों को नागरिकता मिले, उसमें आपको क्या तकलीफ है? क्या तकलीफ है? क्या अधिकार नहीं है उनका बंगाल पर?
The Congress party, of course, has hit back at the BJP. P. Chidambaram has said that the Congress manifesto is for all. It's not appeasement-centric as the BJP is making it out to be. And he also said that every section of the society was taken into consideration before the manifesto was drafted.
Ask him to point out one paragraph in the manifesto which will lead to the conclusion that we're appeasing any section. We recognize that there is social divisions in this country, there is social inequality in this country, economic inequality in this country. The most affected people are the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, the poor, irrespective of religion. That means poor Hindus, poor Muslims, poor Christians, poor Sikhs. And we are saying that we will bring justice to every section of the people.
Moving on to this news from Goa that's become a national controversy, seizing on the remarks by the party's South Goa candidate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit out at the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, accusing them of insulting B.R. Ambedkar's constitution and also attempting to break the country, after the candidate said that the constitution was forced on the people of Goa. Now, the BJP has also filed a complaint against the candidate with the Goa poll panel. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said today.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले जाका आमका तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करू ना ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता. वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के साहबजादे को बताई है. ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा. ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की. आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग.
Now, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant spoke to my colleague Gargi Rawat on this issue. Let's listen in to the chat. Mr. Pramod Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to us. आपने कंप्लेन भी किया है पोल पैनल से इसके बारे में?
जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है. मैं अपने गोवा में इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कैप्टन विरेटो की कंप्लेन की है, जिन्होंने बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के इस संविधान के ऊपर जो प्रश्न उठाया है, संविधान जो थोपा गया है गोवा के ऊपर, ये स्टेटमेंट किया है. इसके खिलाफ हमने ऑलरेडी कंप्लेन सबमिट की है इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास.
जी, जो कैंडिडेट ने जो बोला था कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन केम इनटू इफेक्ट इन 1950 एट दैट टाइम कि गोवा वाज अंडर पोर्चुगीज रूल एटसेट्रा, तो उन्होंने पूरा एक एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया है. लेकिन इसके बारे में प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी बात किया है और कहा है दिस इज एन अटेम्प्ट टू ब्रेक द कंट्री.
जी, आपकी बात सही है. पहले तो हम गोवा को लिबरेशन मिला 1961 में. 14 साल हमें लेट लिबरेशन मिला बिकॉज ऑफ द कांग्रेस. और उसके बाद भी ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमें लिबरेशन मिलने के बाद ये जो बात कर रहे हैं कि हमें ये संविधान हमारे ऊपर थोपा दिया गया, फोर्सफुली गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज इंप्लीमेंटेड द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इन द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा. ये बात, और जो वो बता रहे हैं कि मैंने खुद बात ये राहुल गांधी से की और राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि पॉइंट इन इट. ये बात मीन्स राहुल गांधी भी इससे सहमत है. कांग्रेस पार्टी की सोच इसमें दिखती है. विरेटो और राहुल गांधी की सोच भारत तोड़ो है, जो संविधान के खिलाफ बात कर रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं बोल देता हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर जरूर बात करनी चाहिए। राहुल गांधी शुड कम क्लियर इज विद कैप्टन विराटो, और कांग्रेस की यही सोच है कि राहुल गांधी जी ने एक्सप्लेनेशन देना पड़ेगा, देश को बताना पड़ेगा। अदरवाइज राहुल गांधी जी ने देश की माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी, संविधान की माफी माननी पड़ेगी, गोवा के लोगों की माफी माननी पड़ेगी।
जी, और सावन जी, जो गोवा कैंडिडेट विराटो फर्नांडिस जिस चीज के बारे में एक्चुअली बात कर रहे थे कि ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप, ये उनकी मांग थी कि हमको ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप चाहिए गोवंस के लिए, पोर्चुगीज एंड इंडियन सिटीजनशिप।
उसकी बात ड्यूअल सिटीजन की हो सकती है, लेकिन उसने फोर्सफुली द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये बात नहीं कहनी चाहिए। और रही बात ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, तो हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास कंटिन्यूअसली ये मैटर फॉलो कर रहे थे, और द रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट और द सरेंडर ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इससे OCI कार्ड ऑलरेडी उनको मिलने वाला प्रोसेस भी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कंप्लीट कर दिया है। इफ सपोज दे आर गेटिंग द आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग या रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, उन्हें समझो OCI कार्ड मिलता है, तो ये ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की बात ही नहीं रहती है। जो ये इशू था, ये OCI कार्ड मिलने वाला जो इशू था, वो हमने रिसेंटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम अफेयर्स ने ये सर्कुलर निकालने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि इनका इशू जो था वो रिजॉल्व हो गया है।
तो आपका कहना है जो ये इशू जो मांग कर रहे हैं ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, उसको मतलब बीजेपी भी सपोर्ट करती है गोवा में। इट्स दिस इशू दैट ही स्पोक अबाउट द हिस्टोरिकल एस्पेक्ट की गोवा पे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वाज इन अ सेंस फोर्स्ड बिकॉज दे गॉट देयर फ्रीडम आफ्टर द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन केम इनटू इफेक्ट इन इंडिया।
मैं इस पे क्लियर हूँ, क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन गोवा पे लिबरेशन 1961 में मिला, तो कुछ लोगों की ड्यूअल सिटीजन की मांग थी, क्योंकि गोवा के लोगों को डायरेक्टली पुर्तगाल पासपोर्ट मिल रहा था। लेकिन कुछ लोगों के प्रॉब्लम्स उनके बाद में सेकंड जनरेशन में जो आ रहे थे पुर्तगाल पासपोर्ट लेने के बाद, उनको कभी वहां का भी यहाँ का भी पासपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था। लेकिन दैट इशू ऑल्सो रिजॉल्व बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया नाउ। जब कांग्रेस सरकार में सत्ते में थी, वो भी तब नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन OCI कार्ड मिलने वाला इशू अभी हमारे सरकार ने रिजॉल्व कर दिया है, क्योंकि आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इंडियन पासपोर्ट सरेंडर करने के बाद भी उनको अभी OCI कार्ड मिल रहा है। ये इसके बाद पे ऊपर मैं क्लियर हूँ, लेकिन इसलिए उन्होंने द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया जो हमें फोर्सफुली इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया, इस स्टेटमेंट करना ये भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है। हमारे पास अभी रिएक्शन नहीं है कांग्रेस का। ये जो एलिगेशंस बनाए गए हैं, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सरासर भारत तोड़ो करने की बात है। लेकिन मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि कैंडिडेट एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे जिस तरह से वो उनकी मांग है ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। जब गोवा का इंडिपेंडेंस हुआ, जिस समय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जब इफेक्टिव हुआ इंडिया में, तो उसकी बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां से ये तोड़ने की बात कहां से हो गई है?
उनकी क्लियर स्टेटमेंट देखो, उन्होंने कहा है कि फोर्सफुली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हैज इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द स्टेट। ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। और उन्होंने कहा भी कि मैंने खुद होके बात राहुल गांधी जी से की, और राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर हाँ द पॉइंट इन इट ये स्टेटमेंट किया। उसकी वीडियो है और वो सोशल मीडिया पे क्लियर कट है, पब्लिक में है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी शुड कम क्लियर ऑन दिस स्टेटमेंट।
Moving on to some election news, there's a triangular contest for Gautam Budh Nagar Lok Sabha seat in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, Samajwadi Party and Congress Party's joint candidate Mahendra Singh has been fielded against BJP's former Minister Mahesh Sharma. Let's listen into what people of Noida in the Gautam Budh Nagar Lok Sabha constituency have to say.
The soaring Noida skyline, dotted with towering high-rises. With expressways running long and wide and bulky new skyscrapers nearing completion every day, this real estate capital paints a defining picture of a changing Uttar Pradesh. Less than 30 kilometers from the seat of power, the Gautam Budh Nagar constituency is home to over 7 lakh urban voters, whose political reticence makes the electoral battle here unpredictable and suspenseful. This has traditionally been a BJP citadel. This time it's a three-way contest. Joint SP Congress candidate Mahendra Singh Nagar takes on a fellow doctor and BJP strongman Mahesh Sharma. Even as a beleaguered BSP looks to regain some of its lost prestige in western Uttar Pradesh. A physician by profession and owner of a prominent group of hospitals, BJP's Mahesh Sharma won the high-profile seat with a remarkable margin of nearly 2 lakh votes in 2019 for the second consecutive term. Riding high on his local popularity and rising vote share, which went from nearly 50% in 2014 to over 56% in 2019, the RSS man rose the ranks from a young ABVP leader to find a spot in Modi's first cabinet.
कहाँ है वो गठबंधन? किसका गठबंधन? जो थके हुए लोग हैं, जो अपनी विपक्ष के आइडेंटिटी को छोड़ चुके हैं, जो मौका परस्ती का गठबंधन है, तो इसलिए इनसे कोई भला होने वाला नहीं है।
Once his close friend Mahendra Nagar is now Sharma's main political opponent. After 3 flip-flops, Akhilesh Yadav finally placed his bets on the Samajwadi veteran. With the opposition juggernaut rolling out on a cycle here, the UP ke ladke have made a comeback as the poster boys of India Bloc's campaign in this key constituency.
ये अलायंस कांग्रेस, समाजवादी पार्टी और आपका भी है इफेक्ट थोड़ा, तीनों का है, बाकी सीपीआई सीपीएम भी हैं और उसका ग्राउंड लेवल पे इफेक्ट है कि ज़बरदस्त रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है। कास्ट सेंसस तो सबसे ज़्यादा बीजेपी करती है, मैं उसके उदाहरण भी आपको दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन अगर वो हमारे अखिलेश जी पीडीए की बात करते हैं, वो ये बात करते हैं कि हम इनका जनसंख्या का आकलन कराएंगे कितनी है, इसमें कोई नुकसान है क्या?
These imposing multi-storied buildings, however, house less than 30% of Noida's population, masking an unknown reality of the seemingly urban hub. Home also to over 11 lakh voters who earn their livelihood toiling away on the fields. 38-year-old Tejpal, who has a 2-acre field in his village in Gautam Budh Nagar, Sikandrabad, has been staring at back-to-back losses in the last few years, with extreme heat, unseasonal rain and stray animals ravaging his wheat crop.
वही 6,000 जो आम है 2,000 रुपए महीने के वही मिले बस।
तो आपको मतलब जो अनाज का नुकसान होता है उसके लिए सरकार की कोई मदद नहीं
ना, उसकी तरफ से कोई मदद ना करी, पिछली साल जो भी नुकसान हुआ उसकी कोई मदद नहीं करी।
24-year-old Anmol, whose father is an agricultural labourer like Tejpal, travels over 10 kilometers on his bicycle every day for his SSC coaching in the city.
गांव के लिए तो जो बहुत विकास हुआ और सड़क का निर्माण बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा, बस थोड़ा नौकरी की परेशानी चल रही है।
The caste arithmetic in these villages is central to a victory in the seat. The BSP is hoping for a consolidation of the Muslim and Dalit votes. A former Congress veteran and BSP candidate Rajendra Solanki says his direct fight is with the BJP.
मायावती ने हाईवे बनवाया, मायावती जी के टाइम में मेट्रो स्टार्ट हुई, तो मायावती जी ने जो काम किया है उस काम को देखते हुए यहाँ का जो हरिजन समाज है, जो एससी समाज है, वो मायावती के प्रति नमन करता है और गोलबंद है।
None of the candidates, however, has an answer to the plight of the lakhs of home buyers fighting for a home to call their own in this so-called real estate paradise. These Noida residents are still without a home of their own despite having bought apartments several years ago. Deceived by builders, shrugged off by authorities, this group of 30,000 home buyers in Noida has decided to boycott the polls.
हम हज़ारों या लाखों लोग जो यहाँ पे हैं, किसी ने 2010 में ख़रीदा, किसी ने 2015, किसी ने 2018, लेकिन कहानी सबकी एक ही है। पैसे पूरे दिए हैं, रजिस्ट्री हुई नहीं है, मालिकाना हक मिला नहीं है।
एक्चुअली देखिए, पूरे सिस्टम के विरोध ही ये लड़ाई है। एक तरह से आप बोल सकते हैं कि जो नोएडा एक्सटेंशन है, एक नोएडा एक टेंशन है।
In the last 1 year, nearly 6,000 apartments were launched in Noida that boasts of thousands of multi-storied buildings. But as Noida reaches new heights, security, maintenance and accountability fall to greater lows. Noida encapsulates the idea of a modern Indian planned city. It symbolizes aspiration. But there is a dark side to this real estate paradise as well. Corruption, fraud, deceit and home buyers having to bear the brunt of the alleged nexus between the government's authorities and builders. This time, they demand justice and a government that takes accountability. In Noida with camera person Sushil Rathi and Arun Singh Negi, Vedant for NDTV.
Moving on to some more election news, a hot seat close to Bengaluru is one that can steer the power corridors of Karnataka. Kolar is a scheduled caste reserve, but the first time Lok Sabha contestants here are in hot pursuit of gold in their political careers. My colleague Pratibha Raman has this report.
Parliamentary constituency bordering Bengaluru and Andhra Pradesh is famous for silk manufacturing, milk production and gold mining, and is a seat that is now reserved for the scheduled castes. The battle for Kolar began much before the selection of the candidates. KV Gautam representing the Congress and Mallesh Babu contesting on a JDS ticket. Initially, on senior Congress leader PH Muniappa's son-in-law and SC left, which did not go well with the other factions of the party, finally forcing the High Command to narrow down on KV Gautam, considered to be a neutral candidate. Sitting Minister and 7-time MP KH Muniappa had to relent when former Speaker Ramesh Kumar, with the support of local MLAs, threatened to resign if their candidate didn't get the ticket. On the other side, the BJP and the JDS had a long tussle over which of the allies will contest, and the JDS finally wrestled it out for Mallesh Babu, who lost the assembly polls. Kolar comprises an intricate caste structure. Among the SCs, there's the SC left and the SC right. KV Gautam of the Congress is SC left. Right from the medieval times, the left-handed castes are believed to be the most oppressed, and the right-handed castes are known to be more represented in society. The Congress has won 15 of 17 elections here, and 5 of 8 assembly segments are in the party's kitty. Gautam believes these will work to his advantage, but the biggest worry is faction trouble.
There was a little confusion here and there, but finally when the High Command refused seats to both of the candidates and gave my name, introduced my name into this fight, both the parties accepted. Congress has fulfilled whatever promises they have given in the name of guarantees. Now the central government, Modi has started that Modi ki guarantee. But he is not telling what is a guarantee. He is telling Modi ki guarantee.
The BJP had wrestled out Kolar in 2019, breaking the Congress bastion, and with the JDS alliance, it is a formidable player here. After unseating 7-time MP, the BJP was hesitant to relinquish this seat to the JDS, forcing the JDS president H.D. Kumarasamy to air his grievances in public. The senior leaders of both the parties are now hoping that the initial tussle in the seat-sharing talks wouldn't reflect on ground among party workers. Congress and JDS workers infighting had led to the defeat of Muniappa in 2019, and Mallesh wants to avoid such a situation. With around 19% vocaligas, the JDS has a strong base in this constituency. On paper, the vote share of the BJP JDS is over 50%. Though Mallesh Babu of the JDS lost twice from the assembly polls in Bangarpet, he is relying on vote shares and the Modi effect for a win.
The main opposition was Congress for both the parties. So now when we both have mingled, so even the party workers are very happy. And Modi factor is also an important thing. And when ex-Prime Minister Deve Gowda Appaji also has supported Modi, saying that for the development of the country, for the safeguarding of the country, Modi is required.
With 7 lakh women voters in this constituency, the guarantees of the Congress and PM Modi play a crucial role.
बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट 10 साल में कुछ नहीं किया। अभी तो कांग्रेस के ऊपर थोड़ा भरोसा है, क्योंकि अभी स्टेट में कांग्रेस आया तो जो 5 गारंटी दिया 5 गारंटी पूरा किया जी। आज औरत लोग पूरा खुश है। कभी औरत के अकाउंट में पैसा नहीं था, अभी औरत के अकाउंट में पैसा आया। अभी
We are looking only for Narendra Modi. That's it. Always. इधर में ज्यादा गारंटी लोगों कांग्रेस में ही चल रहा, बस हमें दूसरा नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर देखिए तो नरेंद्र मोदी की करना, उसका ही जाना।
The wait is on in Kolar, where the JDS is trying to regain its lost stature and the Congress is trying to regain its lost glory. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Kolar for NDTV.
Moving on, Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has now hit out at his former party, the Congress, on the issue of its manifesto and the allegation of misuse of agencies by the centre. In an exclusive interview with NDTV's Vishnu Shom in his constituency Guna, Mr. Scindia said that the Congress party is against the idea of India. Listen.
की मेरी समझ जनता जनार्दन नहीं, मेरा तो परिवार बैठा हुआ है, मेरा परिवार बैठा हुआ है। कांग्रेस की बोरी बिस्तर बांधकर सिंध नदी में 7 तारीख को हमें बहाना होगा मेरे भाइयों बहनों।
Well, hello and welcome to a very special program here in Guna, where you can see Jyotiraditya Scindia has been campaigning now very hard for the last several weeks. We've been following him. Coming up on this very special program, a special interview with Jyotiraditya Scindia over here. We are traveling across Guna, a huge crowd in many areas. We cut through a lot of the important issues of the BJP on this election trail. Hi, good morning.
Oh, Vishnu,
How are you? He's one of the most prominent faces of the BJP. He's somebody who's known in this area, the parliamentary constituency of Guna, for decades. This is very much a family stronghold. His grandmother is one from Guna 6 times, his father 4 times. Jyotiraditya Scindia is no stranger to parliamentary politics and representing this area in the Lok Sabha. We are here with Jyotiraditya Scindia in Guna. Thanks very much for being with us. It's been a tough, 3 weeks you were telling me? Day in and day out, across an area which you know like the back of your hand, I should imagine.
Yeah, it's my, I'm contesting for my 5th term from this constituency. And it's a constituency that I, हिंदी में कहते हैं चप्पा चप्पा मैं जानता हूँ। एक एक गांव की सड़क, एक एक गांव की बिजली की व्यवस्था, एक एक गांव की तालाब की व्यवस्था स्वयं मैंने कराई है, तो it's home for me. And but having said that, an election is an election, and therefore you must never take it lightly. Yes, so it's been a month and a half or so of very hectic campaigning, but that is the way it is.
One of the planks that the opposition is running on is the allegation that agencies are being misused, and the opposition is being targeted to the point where they are, in some cases, the Congress says, almost financially non-viable. Do you believe that this is something that could resonate on the ground?
Well, first of all, it's a fallacy to say that. The Congress over the tenure of its government has garnered enough unaccountable resources, which you and I are very well aware of. Having said that, even if you look at the bank accounts that were frozen of the Congress party, that accounts to a pittance in terms of just purely the data that has come out in terms of the amount of money they've received through electoral bonds, which is almost above 1,500 crores. So which tree are the Congress barking up? I fail to understand. Secondly, as far as agencies are concerned, unlike in the days of the Congress, the dark days of emergency or otherwise, agencies are today free to conduct their operations. And at the end of the day, Vishnu, you and I think the people of the country are very well aware that it's not the BJP that has sent these leaders to jail. It is the courts of India. And if you are putting a finger and questioning the authenticity or the sacrosanctity of the courts of India, then I think it's a travesty for India, because you are questioning the armed forces, you are now questioning the Supreme Court of India, but you are never sitting back and questioning yourself.
Right. One of the key issues for the BJP in your election manifesto, and it's something the BJP has spoken about, is a uniform civil code. The Congress, however, is opposed to this. They say that they will accept diversity, minorities will have a choice of personal laws.
The Congress is opposed.
Why is a universal civil code essential for you?
The Congress is opposed to the idea of India.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't think there's much to expect from the Congress, because I think the Congress is opposed to not only the idea of India, but let me go one step forward and say the Congress is opposed to the idea of the Congress itself. And the very fact that it's internally hemorrhaging tells you the picture of what actually is happening within that organization. So to expect an organization like that to think productively and proactively for the country is beyond comprehension.
Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has spoken to NDTV's Vishnu Shom on a range of issues. You can watch that entire interview on NDTV tomorrow at 9 p.m. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
You know what time is it? क्योंकि अभी जो आपको मेरी स्माइल बता रही है, it's pretty obvious the time is about Ask TG. This is the section जहाँ पे I try to answer all your questions जो आप पूछते हैं around your gadgets. अभी देखते हैं इस हफ्ते हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं और मेरे पास उनके क्या जवाब आपको मिलने वाले हैं. You know, I'll be very honest with you. अगर हम बात करते हैं एक affordable printer की with a low running cost, it doesn't go together, to be honest. या तो जो आपका प्रिंटर है वो upfront थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्राइस आपको पे करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद with time the running cost would be really low. Otherwise, the kind of cheap printers that you get right up front, उनकी per page printing cost बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. This is the harsh reality of the complete printer ecosystem. So if you could please specify your budget next time, that if your budget is let's say 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 rupees, I would be in a better position कि मैं आपको एक ठीक जवाब दे पाऊँगा, because as of now, to be honest, I'm not in a position to give you a right answer. And the simple reason is I don't know your budgets. At the same time, the running cost budget printer में usually high होती है if you compare. So I mean that's an honest answer.
Hi TG, could you please suggest me a phone between 20 to 25,000? I need it for gaming and occasionally clicking pictures.
Okay, so you need a phone for gaming, which simply means that performance has to be good. And today, honestly speaking, अगर हम बात करते हैं एक अच्छी performance वाले फ़ोन की, in this price bracket, the OnePlus Nord CE4 comes straight to my mind because of the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. It's very powerful. You get amazing package altogether. So 25,000 के budget में OnePlus Nord CE4 is a good bet.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide?
Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time and in Andhra Pradesh?
It takes a village to raise a child, but often it's the mother who is tasked with the responsibility. And for that, she fights many battles, often compromising career and economic independence for childcare. Data shows that 45% of India's graduates are women, but just about 10% of educated women in this country pursue long-term careers. But not all is wrong. On Monday, in one such battle that a young mother from Himachal Pradesh was fighting at the Supreme Court to be with her child who needed her, the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, said something that perhaps can be a lesson for all employers, including the government. He said that the participation of women in the workforce is a constitutional entitlement, and denying mothers childcare leave violates that. The mother in question here was an assistant professor in a government college, and she had said that the Himachal Pradesh government had denied her childcare leave. Her child is suffering from a genetic condition. The Supreme Court, in fact, pointed out that the state, as a model employer, cannot be oblivious to such concerns. Now, that is a welcome intervention by the top court. But how critical is the provision of maternity and also childcare leave for women to be able to work and do their best while at work? That's what we discussed tonight. Joining us now is Pragati Nikra, who's the petitioner for this case, Rutaparna Chakraborty, co-founder of Team Lease. We also have Mihira Sood, who's an advocate in the Supreme Court, and we have Ankita Gupta, who's the founder of New Age Mompreneurs, a community that works with women. Starting with you, Ms. Pragati, India was one of the first countries to have a law for maternity leave way back in 1961. It was amended in 2017. The leave was extended from 12 to 26 weeks. As for childcare, very few of us actually know what the law says. 180 days of maternity leave and 2 years of childcare leave. What does law exactly say, and why are there so many episodes of violations?
Okay, childcare leave is provided under Rule 43 of Central Civil Services leave rules. And it says that any women who's serving in the government is entitled for childcare leave in case her child is a minor below the age of 18 years, she has exhausted all her earned leaves, and she needs these leaves for any reason. It could be sickness, examination, whatever. So that is Rule 43 about. Maternity leave is something different that you get immediately, like when you have a child born to you. So nowadays the provision is like for 180 days. So besides maternity leave, there is a childcare leave provided under Central Civil Services rules. Unfortunately, some of the states have not adopted that rule. That is the reason we were before the Supreme Court, because in the state of Himachal Pradesh, it has not been adopted.
Right. Ms. Mihira Sood, how do you see the judgment by the court yesterday, and also the observations by the CJI saying that this is about constitutional rights and not about entitlement?
It is, because it is something that directly impacts the equality of women, equality being a constitutional right. And our constitution specifically talks about equality of, in particular, groups that have been historically marginalized or discriminated against. And specifically, women are provided for. And therefore, the Constitution also permits certain special conditions to be made for the advancement of communities that have been historically discriminated against. I think this is a very welcome ruling. We have to start somewhere. It doesn't go far enough. I believe yesterday's ruling was specifically also, I mean, in that instant case, it was related to the Persons with Disabilities Act, and it was a child who had special needs. We need to have these kind of provisions, not just for central government employees, but across the board. We need to have these kind of provisions, not just for children with special needs, but across the board. We need to have these kind of provisions, not just for mothers, if we want fathers to play an equal role, and if we want women to be able to participate fully in the workforce. Today, we are in a position where the fact of the matter on the ground is that these things and childcare requirements and any kind of care requirements hit women's careers the hardest.
Yes.
So we do need to recognize that. At the same time, we need to try to create conditions where men are equally involved in childcare or elder care, as the case may be, so that this doesn't remain just a woman problem, but a problem, I mean, an issue that affects care of any person by any person.
Right.
So there's a long way to go, but I think that the remarks that were made certainly paved the way for that. So I'm optimistic.
Right. Ankita, you run this wonderful group, it's a support group for mothers. Tell us how critical is childcare leave and also maternity leave, but specifically childcare leave, not just for the child, but also for the mother and for society, because caregiving in our country often goes unnoticed or, is not appreciated. What have the experiences of the women that you interact with been like?
So child care is very important. As a new mom also, when you take leave, you need some time bonding with the newborn, and the mom's body also goes a lot of changes when she's given a childbirth. So she needs some emotional well-being as well and physical recovery as well. So that time the leave is very, very important, and it is an ongoing thing. Like the parenting does not end in first few months. It's an ongoing requirement where the mom needs to be available, or the parents needs to be available for the well-being of the child and the well-being of the mother as well. And a lot of times moms want to do breastfeeding for a longer period, but they can't join the work. Like I've seen a lot of moms cannot join work because there's no proper pumping arrangements at workplaces, and a lot of time people don't have enough support at work to balance the work. And parenting is also stressful because it usually takes a village to raise your child, which is kind of missing in the current environment. So it is very, very important to have a facility, proper support system in place for moms to get back to work, which I feel there's a long way to go.
Right. Rituparna, yesterday the CJI said something which I think I really liked. He said that the participation of women in the workforce is a matter of not just privilege, but a constitutional entitlement protected by Article 15 of the Constitution. He went on to add that the absence of childcare leave, in that absence, a mother may be constrained to leave the workforce. Help us understand the correlation between the provision of childcare leave and women in the workforce.
Yeah, I think while the specific case and instance because of which this ruling was given is understandable and something that we can all empathize with. However, somewhere I would probably be the odd one out in today's debate when I say that I'm actually relieved that this is essentially a provision which is pertaining to the central government, or the state or the government rules per se, and is not something which impacts the private sector. And let me tell you why. Because first and foremost, there are two things there. One is maternity benefit, and the other is child care. Maternity benefit, couple of years back, we've seen some modification and amendments where women in India now are entitled to almost 6 months of paid leave. And by the way, India is actually the only country in the entire world where 100% of the burden of this paid leave comes onto the employer of the woman. And honestly, there are many studies which have happened, which clearly indicates the impact this ruling has had. Undeniable that a mother needs to spend 6 months with the baby. And there are United Nations provisions also which says, or reports which also says that it's important that mother does breastfeeding with a child for 6 months. However, the fact that 100% of the burden from a workforce perspective of it comes, and unique to India, it has had impact on women's workforce participation. We have seen this being used as a point where many organizations are hesitating to hire women at a certain age. Awkward questions do get asked, whether it's accepted or not. And hence, I do worry if something like this, of course, I mean, I totally understand where you're all coming from, but the practicality of this and whether it's actually going to help women to get into the workforce and change the equation of the already pathetic women workforce participation, I'm not too sure. And I'm deeply concerned if it goes beyond the government.
Right. Mihira, would you like to respond to that? Because, not just Rituparna, there are also experts who say that there is a need to revisit this 100% employer-funded model of maternity and childcare leave. The question is, whether we are ready to, like you said, have these gender-neutral parental leave and even pull up companies who discriminate against hiring women. What would, your views be in this regard?
I think that the private sector generally has tended to be quite reluctant to accept these kind of big changes and these kind of big obligations. And there's that entire argument about private employers and I think it's very complicated and a bit disingenuous sometimes. I think the argument is made that it may impact women adversely, because I think when this argument comes from owners of private companies and management of private companies, I do wonder if what is trying to be said is that those companies will actively discriminate against women. But that's what it does come back to. And I do think that action needs to be taken because constitutional obligations are not for the state alone. There are certain positive obligations that extend across the board. You cannot, for instance, under the guise of being a private entity, discriminate on the basis of gender or caste or color or any of those things. Being a private entity, does the protections and the privacy does not extend that far. There are certain obligations that we have. I think it's important to understand that female labor force participation does not just benefit women. It benefits the entire country. And it is something that everybody needs to take a role in and contribute to, even at the risk of some temporary sacrifice to their own profits. Childcare is again something that benefits the entire country. Not just the child or the mother. And it also comes back to what I was saying earlier, that the more we try to cultivate an obligation on fathers as well, the less this is seen as a woman issue.
Absolutely.
Then who are companies then going to discriminate against? If it's one thing to say, we will not hire women, we will not hire women of a certain age. If everybody is going to be taking that leave and everybody is going to be obligated to provide that care, and that sort of culture is created, that's an automatic pushback against that kind of discrimination.
Prakriti, how do you see this? Because yesterday the court also reprimanding a state government and saying that the state has to be a model, in performing these kind of duties and see it as a matter of right. How do you see this vis-a-vis, say, the private company, something that both Rituparna and Mihira have been talking about?
See, I would say to begin with, let the state be a model employer and follow the mandate, constitutional mandate. Then we can expect the private sector to fall in line. Here is a case, and I must clarify, it's not a ruling as yet. It was a huge order in the right direction which was passed to advance the cause of social justice. The verdict is yet to come. This was a case where the state government has been directed to review its orders, review its decision with respect to the deletion of child care leave, provision of child care leave from the statute. So we still have to wait. If the state government works in the right direction, I'm sure like it will definitely bring some legislation or some rules for the private sector to fall in line.
Right. Ankita, this is another question that I wanted to ask you. In recent years, there's been a steady increase in labor force participation, especially among women, but the share of population that's either working or willing to work, that is not really being seen as a welcome sign for women, because surveys have pointed out that India's workforce is becoming increasingly male-dominated. If you look at CMIE numbers, there are Indians aged 15 years or above, and only 39.5% are even asking for a job. Among men, the proportion is 66%, but for women, it's just 8.8%. So I want to ask you, when a young professional is forced to quit after the birth of a baby, or she makes a decision to spend the formative years of the child with her for whatever reason, how challenging is it for the woman to come back to work, to be part of the workforce again?
Well, it is actually very, very challenging. Like the woman body goes through a lot of changes when she's given a childbirth. Mental, emotional, and also her confidence level sometimes goes for a toss. And there are a lot of women are not able to get back to work because they're not given sometimes same opportunities that they were given before the break, or they don't see a career progression path for them. And a lot of people, young moms actually end up taking a career break. And there's also lack of support system for these moms for childcare. Like there are not enough communities in place where moms can safely park their children for care. And that is also a major reason that moms have to stay back home to provide that childcare. So I feel that this is a big step that needs to be taken in. And also I feel as a society, it is still a mom's job primarily. There has been a shift, but it's still a primary caretaker are moms for the babies and not just both parents equally. Whereas women also want to work equally as the dads do, but the childcare responsibility is sometimes not equally divided between the two partners.
Right.
So I think there has to be a lot of change in terms of accepting moms back to the workforce. The employers also need to have an open environment where they provide childcare facilities for the new mom. Also provide proper pumping facilities for breastfeeding moms to come back to work.
Last word from you, Mihira, is there a need, I know you've touched upon this, but is there a need to revisit, not revisit, but revisit in some ways, or review the language that we use around childcare or maternity leave for that matter, to make it seem like, to at least stop making it seem like it's a mother's responsibility alone? Do you think that there is a need to sort of revisit that, especially because we're talking a lot about this caregiving responsibilities in India, the care economy, paid and unpaid care, all of that?
Yeah, I think that, while I do take the point, and I said it as well, that on the ground, it is the mothers doing the bulk of childcare work. But that doesn't also change the fact that we want that to change, right? And the responsibility of that, and that change happens in many ways, right? And there are certain things that we can do that are, the low-hanging fruit in this regard, whether it is legal language, whether it is the laws surrounding childcare, and what we call maternity should not be called that.
Yeah.
I think you look at any institution that deals with children. You look at schools. Why is the mother always the first point of contact? Why don't they give a choice to the family to put down who is the first point of contact, for example, and stick to it?
Absolutely, yeah. We talked about legal language here. What about the corporate language? Because that is something.
Yes, and I was coming to that. I was even socially, everything is mothers this and moms this.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
All the social support is mother-centric. We need to change that. But when it comes to the corporates as well, and I think it's important to sometimes put profits aside and just do the right thing.
Yes.
Right?
Quickly, Rituparna, would you like to say something?
There are corporates who've done that in different respects.
Yes.
They've taken the lead, and they really have an important role to play in shaping corporate culture and childcare culture in this.
Okay, I'm completely out of time. I'm really sorry. Thank you so much for joining me on this show. Receiving childcare leave is a fundamental and integral part of a parent's identity and dignity. This is something that all employers need to take note of. And that is a thought we leave you with tonight. That's all we have for you in the show. More news and updates on the other side.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
all use Google Translate for various requirements. अगर आपको check करना है that how to say I love you in Spanish, it's very easy. Just type it down and आपको Google बता देगा that I love you को Spanish में क्या बोलते हैं. या maybe you want to translate a phrase or something. It's very easy way to translate between languages. But did you know that you can also do this to your PDF documents? Well, ये एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टिप है. जस्ट इमेजिन दैट यू हैव अ लॉन्ग PDF डॉक्यूमेंट जो कि इंग्लिश में लिखा है एंड यू वांट इट टू गेट ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू हिंदी. अब ये एक तरीका है कि दैट यू सेलेक्ट द टेक्स्ट, paste and then get the Hindi version and then paste again and whatever. But the easiest option is that just use the Google Translate option. वहाँ पे you have an option to upload a document. Just carefully upload your file and within seconds you would see आपको जिस language में अपना translation चाहिए, Google is doing that for you in just one click and you get a PDF right away. Well, formatting थोड़ा सा change हो सकती है, तो एक बार आप उसको double check कर लें, तो you will have a immediate copy of a document in the language that you want. Quite interesting tech tip, जरूर use करना, काफी time बचाएगी आपका.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
IPL का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ NDTV पर.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections as always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya.
Supreme Court to decide on 100% verification of EVM votes. After a Congress candidate from Goa says that the constitution was foisted on the people of Goa, Prime Minister hits out, calls it an insult to B.R. Ambedkar and the constitution. In an exclusive conversation with NDTV, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant says it is shocking and demands explanation from Rahul Gandhi. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Congress over alleged appeasement politics. From Hanuman Chalisa to Muslim quota, Prime Minister mounts attack on Congress. Priyanka Gandhi lashes out at BJP, says the Prime Minister is busy toppling governments. And the Election Commission concerned about heatwave conditions across several parts of the country and the impact on election turnout after the first phase saw a lower 65% voter turnout. Heatwave alert for the next 5 days in 4 of the states going to polls. Right, our top story. The Supreme Court is going to deliver its judgment on the VVPAT EVM vote cross-check issue, and this order is going to come out on Wednesday. The Supreme Court will decide on a clutch of petitions which are linked to VVPAT EVM cross-check, where the pleas have in fact sought 100% cross-verification of EVM votes. In fact, in an earlier hearing, the Election Commission had told the Supreme Court that it is impossible to tamper with EVMs. But on your screens there is the petition, is the plea, and the fact that the petitions are in fact seeking 100% EVM vote VVPAT verification. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, if you can summarize the arguments which have happened in this very important issue in Supreme Court so far.
Well, there are basically 3 points. One was, of course, that they would want a full 100% verification, as you point out. The second was, of course, that they had asked for return to the, paper ballot. And then the last point where they said that there should be a complete and proper checking in terms of how and cross-verify every single vote in terms of whatever has been done. This was a 2-day hearing. It was an important right because the petitioner's point of view was that anybody, you or me, who's voting, his vote must be counted, must be verified, must be able to be cross-checked how it is going through. And since the introduction of the VVPAT, they looked at that entire mismatch that has taken place. The Election Commission, which was headed by the Deputy Election Commissioner, along with the 2 directors there, explained to the court threadbare about the entire process, and they said that there has been only one case of a mismatch. The court, in its observations during the hearing, had made it clear after listening to both sides that there's no question of returning to the paper ballot, that it's not possible to do a complete 100% verification, but definitely there has been an issue of public trust, about public faith in the entire process. The Election Commission could have done much more in this regard. The Election Commission has said that they've been working for the last 2 to 3 years to really ensure that this election comes out well. They are a constitutional body, and that they should be given, as one judge commented, that they may have to have some faith in the system and allow them to go. So we'll see what the orders are tomorrow. It's an important aspect and an important judgment in terms of how the entire process will go forward.
Right, the Supreme Court to deliver an important judgment there. Sunil, thank you for joining us on that. Election-related news now, and in fact rather political news now, and seizing on the remarks by Congress's South Goa candidate, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit out at the party and Rahul Gandhi, accusing them of insulting B.R. Ambedkar's constitution and attempting to break the country after the candidate said that the constitution was foisted on the people of Goa. The BJP's filed a complaint against the candidate with the poll panel. In fact, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant also spoke to NDTV exclusively and demanded an explanation from Rahul Gandhi.
अब कांग्रेस के गोवा के उम्मीदवार कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर भारत का संविधान लागू नहीं होता। वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं कि गोवा पर देश का संविधान थोपा गया और उन्होंने ये बातें कांग्रेस के शाहजादे को बताई है। ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये बाबा साहब आंबेडकर का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान है कि नहीं है? ये भारत के संविधान के साथ छेड़छाड़ है कि नहीं है? कांग्रेस का उम्मीदवार कह रहा है कि गोवा में संविधान नहीं चलेगा। ये सोची समझी चाल है देश को तोड़ने की। आज गोवा में संविधान को नकार रहे हैं, कल पूरे देश में बाबा साहब आंबेडकर के संविधान को नकारने का पाप करेंगे लोग।
Mr. Pramod Sawant, thank you so much for speaking to us. आपने कंप्लेन भी किया है पोल पैनल से इसके बारे में? जी हाँ, आपकी बात सही है। हमने गोवा में इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कैप्टन विरेटो की कंप्लेन की है, जिन्होंने बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के इस संविधान के ऊपर जो प्रश्न उठाया है, संविधान जो थोपा गया है गोवा के ऊपर, ये स्टेटमेंट किया है, इसके खिलाफ हमने ऑलरेडी कंप्लेन सबमिट की है इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास। जी, और सावंत जी, जो गोवा कैंडिडेट विरियाटो फर्नांडिस जिस चीज के बारे में एक्चुअली बात कर रहे थे कि ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप, ये उनकी मांग थी कि हमको ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप चाहिए गोवंस के लिए, पोर्चुगीज एंड इंडियन सिटीजनशिप। उसकी बात ड्यूअल सिटीजन की हो सकती है, लेकिन उसने फोर्सफुली द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ये बात नहीं कहनी चाहिए। और रही बात ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, तो हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के पास कंटिन्यूअसली ये मैटर फॉलो कर रहे थे, और द रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट और द सरेंडर ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, इससे ओसीआई कार्ड ऑलरेडी उनको मिलने वाला प्रोसेस भी द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कंप्लीट कर दिया है। इफ सपोज दे आर गेटिंग द आफ्टर द सरेंडरिंग या रिवोकेशन ऑफ द पासपोर्ट, उन्हें समझो ओसीआई कार्ड मिलता है, तो ये ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की बात ही नहीं रहती है। जो ये इशू था, ये ओसीआई कार्ड मिलने वाला जो इशू था, वो हमने रिसेंटली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स और होम अफेयर्स ने ये सर्कुलर निकालने के बाद मुझे लगता है कि इनका इशू जो था वो रिजॉल्व हो गया है। जी, आप कह रहे हैं भारत तोड़ो वाली बात है। हमारे पास अभी रिएक्शन नहीं है कांग्रेस का। ये जो एलिगेशंस बनाए गए हैं, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सरासर भारत तोड़ो करने की बात है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि ये कैंडिडेट एक्सप्लेन कर रहे थे जिस तरह से वो उनकी मांग है ड्यूअल सिटीजनशिप की, वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे थे। जब गोवा का इंडिपेंडेंस हुआ, जिस समय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जब इफेक्टिव हुआ इंडिया में, तो उसकी बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां से ये तोड़ने की बात कहां से हो गई है? उनकी क्लियर स्टेटमेंट देखो, उन्होंने कहा है कि फोर्सफुली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया हैज इम्प्लीमेंटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द स्टेट। ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ। और उन्होंने कहा भी कि मैंने खुद वो के बात राहुल गांधी जी से की, और राहुल गांधी जी ने इसके ऊपर हाँ द पॉइंट इन इट ये स्टेटमेंट किया। उसकी वीडियो है और वो सोशल मीडिया पे क्लियर कट है, पब्लिक में है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है। और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी should come clear on this statement.
In fact, listen into what the Congress candidate had said, who had actually stoked this controversy.
I said, sir, please listen. Constitution was implemented on 26 January 1950. We were not part of India. आणि जेन्ना 1961 आम्ही लिबरेट झाले, ते कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पळय तुम्ही पास केले, जाका आमकां तुम्ही इन्क्लूड करूंक ना, ते हाडून आमचे तकलेर मारले.
Meanwhile, Priyanka Gandhi has lashed out at the BJP, saying that the Prime Minister and the BJP are busy toppling governments. Priyanka Gandhi made this comment while campaigning in Chitradurga.
हमारे हिंदू धर्म की परंपरा रही है, हमारे देश की राजनीति की परंपरा भी रही है कि सत्य के पथ पर चल के सेवा भाव से देश की सेवा की जाए। और उसी सेवा भाव से, चाहे भगवान राम ने प्रजा के लिए काम किया, प्रजा को आगे बढ़ाया, उसी सेवा भाव से महात्मा गांधी जी ने आपकी सेवा की। लेकिन आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में, उनके 10 सालों के राज में सिर्फ झूठों का बोलबाला है।
News now from Bengaluru, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah held a roadshow in Bengaluru South constituency to campaign for BJP's firebrand leader Tejasvi Surya. The last time when Amit Shah campaigned in Karnataka, he embarked on a roadshow in Congress bastion of Bengaluru Rural. This time his 2-kilometer roadshow was at the BJP bastion.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives at Bengaluru South constituency. This is the Bomanahalli area, which is famous for the textile hub, and he will be embarking on a roadshow from the Vivekananda Circle at Bomanahalli area, and he will be embarking on this roadshow that will go for about 2 kilometers, where he will touch the Francis School. This constituency assumes significance because you have two high-profile contestants. Firebrand leader of the BJP, Tejasvi Surya, who would be representing the BJP, and we have Soumya Reddy of the Congress. Remember, she is the daughter of Ramalinga Reddy, who is the sitting minister of the Congress here in Karnataka, holding a lot of influence in this constituency. While Amit Shah is here campaigning for Tejasvi Surya on this roadshow, on this very day, Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress embarked on her campaign trail, campaigning for Soumya Reddy. A high-profile contest in a BJP bastion, because Bengaluru South is known to be a BJP stronghold right since 1991, where the BJP has been winning consistently in Bengaluru South. Remember, the last time when Amit Shah was here in Karnataka, he did campaign in a Congress stronghold like Bengaluru Rural. This time it is Bengaluru South. Karnataka is getting into the second phase of the Lok Sabha election, and that is on April 26th. Here is where the high-stakes election campaign is on. Bengaluru South constituency, with Amit Shah campaigning for Tejasvi Surya, and on the other end, Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress campaigning for Soumya Reddy. Well, all eyes are on June 4th as far as this constituency is concerned with respect to the high-profile contest here taking place in Bengaluru South.
And parties and voters are not only having to contend with rising political temperatures, but also a heat wave sweeping many states, which is seen to have impacted the turnout in the first phase. The voter turnout for first phase, it was at 65.5%, which is a drop of 4.4% from 2019. What has got experts as well as the Election Commission worried is that there is a heat wave warning for at least 4 states, which is Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka, all of which, several seats in all of these states, going to polls in the second phase.
The decline in voter turnout in the first phase of the Lok Sabha polls on the 19th of April has worried the Election Commission, which had launched several nationwide campaigns to encourage voting. In many constituencies, an above-average maximum temperature on polling day is believed to have deterred many. Take, for instance, Bihar's Nevada and Gaya Lok Sabha constituencies. Data shows how the temperature affected turnout over the years. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees. In Nevada, turnout was 52.5%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees Celsius in Nevada and the turnout was just 41.5%. On April 11, 2019, the maximum temperature was 35 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 56%. On April 19, 2024, the maximum temperature was 42 degrees in Gaya and the turnout was 52%. The Indian Met Department has forecast a hot summer ahead with an increase in the number of heatwave days. With 6 phases of the polls still left, the Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners have held a high-level meeting attended by the IMD Chief and took stock of the heat preparedness.
भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के साथ लगातार टच में है और हम सीजनल फोरकास्ट से शुरू करते हुए मंथली फोरकास्ट, वीक वाइज फोरकास्ट और एवरीडे फोरकास्ट हम इशू कर रहे हैं. पब्लिक तो इशू हो रहा है, इसके साथ साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया को भी ये इशू हो रहा है नेशनल लेवल पर और स्टेट लेवल पर भी.
Meanwhile, preparations are almost complete for the second phase of polling scheduled on April 26th in Ghaziabad. Ghaziabad is one of the constituencies that has struggled with urban voters' apathy and low voting percentage for many years.
How
bigger challenge will be heat wave. Heat wave क्या आपको लगता है आपके लिए एक चुनौती होगी इस बार?
जो हमारे बूथ्स हैं, बूथ्स में हम लोग पीने के पानी की व्यवस्था, आपकी छाँव के लिए जो हमारे टेंट्स हो सकते हैं या जो अन्य माध्यम हो सकते हैं छाँव के लिए, वो हम वहाँ पे उपलब्ध कराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बल्कि इसका हमने एक मैपिंग भी कर लिया है जहाँ जहाँ पे इस तरह की समस्याएं आने की संभावनाएं हैं।
With Himanshu Shekhar Mishra, NDTV Bureau Report.
आपने पश्चिम बंगाल के बारे में सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ी चेतावनी जारी की है। वहाँ मतदान भी होना है 26 तारीख को। पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या फोरकास्ट है आपका?
देखिए, अगर आप हीट वेव का बात कर रहे हैं तो हीट वेव ऑलमोस्ट ईस्ट इंडिया के सभी सब डिविजन्स में आने वाले 5 दिनों में रहने की उम्मीद है। जैसे सबसे पहले हम वेस्ट बंगाल की बात करें तो वेस्ट बंगाल में हमारा अनुमान ये है कि आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव रहने का अनुमान है। मेन सीवियर हीट वेव हम तब कहते हैं जब टेम्परेचर सामान्य से 6.5 डिग्री सेल्सियस से ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं। अगर 4.5 से ज़्यादा रहते हैं तो हीट वेव कहते हैं। तो ये अनुमान है, वहाँ रहेगा। और इसके साथ ही थोड़ा ह्यूमिडिटी भी कोस्टल एरिया में हायर साइड रहता है और मिनिमम टेम्परेचर भी नॉर्मल से थोड़े ज़्यादा हैं। इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए हमने वहाँ पे आने वाले 3 दिनों के लिए रेड अलर्ट दे रखा है और उसके बाद ऑरेंज अलर्ट है। और सिमिलरली अगर आप उड़ीसा की बात करें, उड़ीसा के लिए भी हमने स्पेसिफिकली कोस्टल एरियाज, उसके लिए हमने आने वाले 5 दिनों में हीट वेव टू सीवियर हीट वेव का वार्निंग दे रखा है। झारखंड में भी एक आधे दिन के बाद थोड़ा हीट वेव का आने का प्रोबेबिलिटी है। बिहार में भी हीट वेव रहेगा।
राजस्थान में भी मतदान है, क्या प्रोजेक्शन है राजस्थान?
देखिए, राजस्थान अभी नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया की बात करें तो नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में कंटिन्यूज अभी थंडरस्टॉर्म एक्टिविटी हो रहा था, वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे थे। तो पूरा नॉर्थ वेस्ट इंडिया में इंक्लूडिंग राजस्थान टेम्परेचर इतने ज़्यादा नहीं है। हालांकि जब 40 रीच करते हैं तो पीपल शुड टेक द प्रिकॉशंस, लेकिन अभी जो भी है टेम्परेचर सामान्य है या सामान्य से कम ही है।
And at that point, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond.
Biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other. And NDTV covers elections like no other. When India votes, you can count on us.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion?
Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
Welcome back. Now, former Kalakshetra faculty and renowned dancer Srijit Krishna has been arrested for alleged sexual harassment. Few former students had alleged sexual harassment on the campus between 1996 and 2001. In fact, there was a protest on this matter last year. Let me go across to my colleague Sam Daniel for more. Sam, what exactly is the allegation on this renowned dancer who's now been arrested?
Tanima, the allegation is that these students who have settled abroad now, they allege that while they were on campus between 1996 and 2001, this former faculty member had sexually harassed them, molested them on campus, and they had moved the Madras High Court asking for action against him, based on which the Madras High Court had directed the Chennai Police Commissioner to investigate this matter, and it's in this context he has been arrested now. And a few years ago, he had already on his own resigned from his position from the Kalakshetra Foundation, and he runs his own private academy in Chennai, a dance academy. And last year, the management had sacked another professor, Professor Hari Padman, after there were widespread protests by students on campus alleging molestation and sexual harassment by this particular professor and also a few others who assisted professors on campus, based on which there was a committee formed and they had given a set of new guidelines and recommendations. In fact, initially, it was a huge embarrassment for the Kalakshetra Foundation, Tanima, after they tried to hush it up, and it took a huge protest by students and then matters going to the court for them to really swing into action and to take this issue seriously and put in place a set of guidelines.
Right.
Tanima.
Right. Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now, after an ABC journalist alleged that she had to leave India abruptly and her visa extension was denied and that she was being stopped from covering Indian elections, sources in the MEA have clarified that her claims are incorrect. In fact, MEA sources say that the ABC journalist's claims are incorrect as she was denied an extension since she had violated visa rules. Now, for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Ghazali. Ghazali, just quickly give us an update. What exactly have MEA sources clarified now in this particular case?
See, the MEA sources claim that Ms. Dias was found to have violated visa rules while undertaking her professional pursuits, and in spite of this, on her request, she was assured that her visa would be extended for the coverage of the general elections. Her previous visa was valid till 20th April 2024, and later when she paid the visa fee on April 18, her visa was extended till the end of June on the same day, but she chose to leave India on April 20. And the source further added that the visa extension is stood approved at the time she left. And as far as the general elections coverage is concerned, this was mentioned to her or shared with her that while your visa processing is on, that later could not be issued to cover the general elections. And the source mentioned that her point about not being given permission to cover elections is also factually incorrect, because coverage of election activities outside of polling booths